Okie dokie. Hi, everybody. Um, I'm Daisy. I doodle, and today we're actually going to be there's gonna actually be some doodling going on. Um, in the form of rigging a live 2D, uh, VTube model, sort of like the one on screen right now. Before we get started, let me just double check that the stream is actually streaming. Okay, looks good. I've had issues with that in the past before. Okay, so before we actually jump into the live 2D modeling program, there are a couple of things that you sort of need to know before we can get started. So first things first, and links for all of these resources are in the description below, so please go check them out. A couple of them are necessary because they're the programs that you need. So, let's go ahead and take a look. So, like I said, links for all of these are in the description. The first thing you're going to need to do is to download Live2D. It's pretty simple. Once you get to this screen, all you have to do is consent to the software license agreement, click first download, or I guess just download updates, and then download the latest release version. There are several options based on price that you can do. I personally recommend, since this is a tutorial for beginners, you probably should start out just doing the free version. The free version is always free. It does have some limited features, but it's invaluable. And honestly, although it has some features disabled, it's still pretty good. If you plan on using Live2D a lot, you could purchase a license. If you're a student, there's like a 76% discount for the 3-year plan. So it goes from, I don't know how much, to like $80, which is excellent for 3 years of getting to use a program. So this is what we're going to build the model in, Live2D. And that's how we'll get the model to move their head and how to lip sync and track your eyes, right? And then the program that we actually need to put the model into so it can track your face and actually do all of the movements. There's a couple. I personally recommend VTube Studio. It's the one I'm using now. It does a very good job of tracking 2D modeling features because it's built specifically to do this. Some programs like FaceRig were originally created for 3D models, right? So, while it can track your 2D model if you purchase the Live2D module available, it doesn't do nearly as good a job as VTuber Studio, and this is free, and FaceRig is not. So again, it works better than the other options, and you don't have to pay money for it, so I recommend it. If you do end up purchasing a license, all that does is, if you look in the corner, there's a little friend down here. She's the watermark for the free version. I don't mind her. She's kind of cute. So, you can purchase a license or you cannot. I recommend maybe purchasing a license in the future just because you want to support artists who create wonderful things like the programs that you use. Okay, so those are the two programs that we're going to need. The next are resources that just might come in handy. and that you might see me using later on in when we actually get to rigging. The first one I super recommend is this video by Kiro Mori. She's a VTuber, and in this video she shows you how to rig, the faces and the models. But specifically down here in her comments, she links to something called Kira's mouth table. And if you open that up, here is the mouth table, and it shows you all of the different mouth positions that you need to do. I'll explain these numbers when we get to them. Right now it might look a little confusing, but that's because we haven't really delved into the program itself yet. So, that's the first resource that you're probably going to see us use in this tutorial. And then the second one, this one isn't probably going to show up, but if you end up deleting a parameter, which again, we'll go through what that means when we go to rig our model, this basically tells you the IDs for all of the models, the preset models, parameters in the program. So if you accidentally delete one, or you delete one and then you're like, oh, heck, I actually really wanted to use that one and didn't realize it until now. You can just open this up and then create a new parameter using the IDs given to us here. So, pardon me, I've got the sniffles a little bit. So, those are our resources that we're going to be using. The two programs, the mouth chart by Kiro Mori, and the standard parameter list. So let's actually take a look at one of the art files for the rig we're going to be working on today. So, the reason why this rig and the rig I'm currently using look so similar is because I created a base to use. And the reason I did that is because I want you to be able to look at what we're working on and sort of see how it'll actually look in the Live2D program when we go ahead and finish animating. So this is the original file. This is a Clip Studio file. Your files have to be a .psd, a .photoshop document, in order to work in Live2D. So if you have a file that is not .psd, you'll want to convert it. But this is the original Clip Studio file. And this is just to give you an idea of how your illustration should be chopped up into pieces in order to animate it in the program. So if we go ahead and zoom in, one thing you'll immediately notice is you can see all of her mouthy mouth gummy works outside of her mouth. So, sort of like in any art program that you use, the Live2D program uses masks. So a mask will essentially restrict an item to another item. So these teeth, although they extend past the mouth, when we go into Live2D, we can make it so they only appear inside the mouth. And we'll go into a little more depth about what that means in the program itself. But essentially, the topmost layers of your rig are probably going to be your hair and hair accessories. So as you can see, when I click this hair front folder, all of the front hair disappears and you can sort of peek behind the veil of the face. And if we go into this hair front folder, there are all these different subfolders that contain the different pieces that comprise the front of the hair. So if we look, here are some strands in the bangs. Here are the right side of the bangs. Oops. The left side. So it's basically, it's sort of a puzzle, really. I think that's why I like it so much. Putting together a rig is sort of like building a puzzle. You have to try to figure out how all of the pieces are going to interact. But let's go ahead and take a look at, if I hide all of these layers, if we look at the sketch, oops, right now you can only see the hair. So, oh, that's my reference. When you look at my sketch is basically an ordinary sketch. The part I actually started with drawing was part of the head. It was the nose. Because you can use symmetrical rulers in Clip Studio, and obviously this model has a lot of symmetry in it. So by doing the nose first, I have the exact center point of the body. So all I have to do from that point on, after I draw the nose, is apply a symmetrical ruler to the center of it, and I can draw everything around it. So the layering is something that you'll basically have to just futz around with. Your first model is not going to be your best model. Let's get that right out of the way. Your first Live2D model is not going to be your best work, and that's completely okay. It's a learning process, so if you feel like you're not doing a good job, don't get discouraged. Nobody does a good job off the bat, and if you see somebody who does, then they're a genius. And you shouldn't necessarily feel the need to compare yourself to them because they're not normal. They're an exception to a rule. So, you know, it's a good rule of thumb is if you think you are going to need something to move, make it on its own layer, right? Its own separate layer. Layering things like clothes can seem a little difficult because if I remove the front of the shirt, if we look, these sleeves, underneath the sleeves are her hands, and then underneath her hands are the backs of the sleeves. These are things that you'll likely have to separate into different layers in the art document itself. So if you look here, this is a different layer, and it's separated, well, I haven't separated them in this document yet. If we actually go over to this one, there's two differences between the Clip Studio one and the Photoshop one. So for one thing, if I go into sleeves back, both of them are on the same layer, essentially, right? And then these are all of these are my flat colors. This is some rendering and texture and light and shadow and the lines itself, right? So if we go over here, something that we've done in this is we've merged all of those layers together to form two separate layers. The sleeves back right and the sleeves back left. So these need to be separate because I might want the hands to move and the hands need to be over this, but chances are when we actually open up the program, they're going to remain completely animated with the rest of the sleeve. So it's one of those parts where, although it's separate in the art document, it'll look cohesive in the actual rig itself. So it's just one of those things. Again, a lot of this is stuff that you'll try some stuff, it doesn't work out, so you try some more stuff and just see how it goes. There are a couple more things I'd like to address about the art before we import it into Live2D, and then we'll start the importation process. So, with the face, you might notice that there's some weird like clouding going on in the hair over here, and that's our face blush. It extends past the face because it's just a circle of blush on either side of her cheeks. This will also be masked, and you'll see what that looks like in Live2D when we do it. But having things that extend past the face like this is fine as long as you plan on masking it. I also tend to mask things like the brows, just so they don't accidentally peek over the side, because they can get a little wild. And then the cheek highlights. Something important to note about Live2D. You can affect the opacity, how clear or how opaque something is, and you can affect the multiply of a layer. So multiply is when you have a layer set to basically blend with the layer beneath it. This is what the blush looks like if it's not set to multiply. But if we go ahead and set it to multiply, see how that like melds with the skin tone better? So you can set something to multiply in your Photoshop document, and that will be imported into the Live2D model. However, other layer blending modes don't apply. So you can't have something that has glow dodge or screen or soft light, right? Only multiply works. So if you do have separate layers like this of something that you plan to mask to another part, only multiply or opacity works. So you need to make sure that it looks good with multiply or opacity first, because if you set it to another layer blending mode, it's not gonna show up the way you want it to, unfortunately. So that should be it in terms of how to set up your file. Just making sure it's sort of like building a paper doll when you think about it. Each individual piece of paper needs to be layered on top of the other bits, so you understand how they'll sort of look and combine when brought fully together. Hopefully this all made sense. Okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and open up Live2D. And when you open this up, and we'll go ahead and close Clip Studio. Gotta give it a second. It's thinking. Okay. So the first thing that'll pop up is generally the message from Live2D. Here are some tutorial videos that you might find helpful. Personally, I struggled with them, and I actually learned some pretty bad habits from them that I had to correct. and I learned some things that only apply to certain models that don't apply to like all models. So it's just one of those things where you have to user beware. So go ahead and close that. And then this will pop up. We're just going to start as free version. It is important to note that you do get a pro version free trial for 48 days, and you can activate that at any time. I personally recommend hacking around with the free version before you start trying to use the pro version, because again, with this certain program, practice makes perfect, and your first model will not be your best. So you just really need to focus on trying to learn these skills as in the free version, where you can basically mess up and not have to worry about wasting money. Actually, I think I'm going to move my little self back to the other side of the screen so that I'm not covering up important parameter and deformer information. Let's see. Whee! Okay, that ought to be good. That way I'm not covering up all of the important stuff you guys need to be able to see. Okay. So now what we're going to do, in order to get our rig into Live2D, you want to locate your PSD, the Photoshop document, and you simply drag that into this window labeled part. And that's how you start with the model. So now it'll import all of the data. There we go. So now all of the parts are program, and if we look, there's our file structure over here. You can just, oh, you know what? We're gonna capture my cursor. There we go. Okay. So if you look here, this is the button that you use to open and collapse all of your folders. I like to just keep them all open because I take special care to label everything very clearly, because otherwise I get extremely confused. So the best thing, your best practice is to label everything as clearly as possible. So these are your separate parts, and then these are all of your parts. This is the deformer window. We don't have anything here yet because we haven't created a deformer, and we won't for a little while yet. So let's go ahead and just save this into the proper folder. You'll want to save pretty often. Just in general, when doing art things, I live in a place that sometimes gets blackouts because the wind is too strong. So, saving a lot is a good idea. Okay, so now you can see we have our .cm03 file, and that is the model rigging file. Okay, so the first thing we need to do before anything else is, if I click on a piece, as you can see, there's a little bounding box around it. There's two of them, a gray one and a red one. And if I try to manipulate this, it just sort of squishes. Um, and then Control Z is undo, so you might end up using that a lot. Alternatively, here's undo and redo under edit. I can't manipulate this as I would like to, because there are no points of articulation in it yet. So now what we have to do is, for each and every part that we have drawn, we have to create a mesh. And a mesh is something that adds points of articulation, points of movement, onto your drawing. So up here are the two mesh buttons. This is the manual mesh button. I almost never use it. I've never built a mesh from the ground up myself, and it's almost entirely unnecessary to do so. So we're just going to focus over here on the Auto Mesh Maker. So there are 3 presets. You can mess with these numbers here, but we're looking for the bare bones basics, baby. So we're going to use presets. So there's little, standard, and heavy. And these affect the number of points of articulation that it'll add. So if we hit little, now each of these dots is a part that can move separately. And it basically creates polygons when you think about it. So when you move this little point, the lines that connect over here, 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 and here will all move until they reach those other dots. So you can see how having a lot of points might make it easier for things to move in a more fluid manner. So that's little, and then standard applies more of them, and then heavy applies the most. Different parts should use different types of meshes just based on what they're going to be used for. The clip is pretty small, and it's supposed to be made of metal, so it's not going to deform a whole lot. So we're just going to set these to little. So then we just do that for all of these other parts as well. Actually, this part needs to curve sort of around the head, the actual clip of the butterfly clip, right? So we might set that to standard, just to have it look a little more natural. Hair should almost always be heavy, because you want it to look natural, flow naturally, right? So, we will try to set all of these to heavy. Sometimes it messes up, and if any of these pieces mess up, I'll show you, you'll see what that looks like, and I'll show you some ways to troubleshoot it. There's a lot of dots. Okay. And I apologize again for the sniffing. It's hay fever season. And this process, depending on how many parts you made, might take a while. It's not labor intensive, but it is tedious. Okay, so now the brows. So, depending on how complicated you want to get with the brows, you might do this in 2 different ways. So if we look over at this window here, these parameters are how you move the model. You can set different pieces to move at different points along the line. We'll go a little more into depth about what that means, but with the brow, the movements in the basic parameter set it has are up and down, in, like closer to the other brow, and out, so farther to the outside of the face. Angle, which is like basically rotating it like 15 degrees to make it look angry or not. And then form, which is like when your brows arch upward or sort of crinkle downward, right? We're gonna go for a pretty basic brow setup. VTube Studio can support most of these parameters. It supports the up and the down, the angle, and the form, which is the arching of the eyebrow and the crinkling. But some programs only do the up and the down motion, right? So depending on how complicated you want to get, your brows are going to either have very little deformation or a whole bunch. We are going to set ours up to just have the up and down movements. That's just a personal preference for me. I have set up models before where they have had the form, but I don't think it tends to come out looking very good. So just for basics' sake, when we do the brows, we'll just do very little deformation, or very little points on the mesh, because we aren't going to be manipulating them a whole lot. Of course, they will have to like move depending on how your face moves, but they're mostly covered by hair, so it's not tremendously important. The eyes, however, almost every part of this should have heavy meshes. So we're going to go ahead and add heavy meshes to the top eye and the bottom of the eye. The eye should have at least a top line, a bottom line, an eye white, the sclera, and an iris. So this is like the iris. This should also be... I'm actually going to set that to standard because it's a much bigger part. I don't want the whole thing to be completely covered in dots. And same with the white. So those are the 4 basic parts you need to make an eye. The iris, the white, the top line, and the bottom line. I have an eyelid added here as well. It's just, you know, the line above the eye. If you look on my little model in the corner, it also opens and closes when the eye does. And then this is a separate, if you look over here, you can hide and show parts just like in a normal art program. I like to add a shine over the top of the whole eye that mostly stays still when like the eye opens and closes and the iris is moving around. And that sort of helps give the eye a realistic feel. You know, like there's life in them and that they aren't weird little... It helps it look less doll-like and more alive. But since this isn't going to be doing a tremendous amount of deforming, we're just going to set it to little. So that should be all of these eye parts. Okay. And something else you can do. So if you hold Shift, you can select a group of things that are in a line. And if you hold Control when you click, you can add You can add or subtract things that aren't in a line, right? Just anything. So these are all selected, and since we need heavy meshes for all of them, we can just do them all at once. Ta-da! Save some time. This was little. And then these two, both, were standard. Okay. And that didn't, like, meld them together or anything. They're still separate parts. We just added their meshes at the same time. And I'm going to put this hair back on so she doesn't look weird. Okay. The top lip, bottom lip, and mouth are going to need to be the heaviest in terms of meshes. So we'll go ahead and select those. And that's because, again, they're the parts that are going to be doing the most moving. The top teeth, bottom teeth, and tongue, these all probably only need little because they're not going to be doing much in terms of moving. Let's go ahead and save. Nose will need to be pretty heavy because it's sort of the, well, the smaller the part is, maybe the less heavy it needs to be. That's actually pretty good, though. The shape is so weird because if you look, there's this bottom shape here and then this highlight up here. That looks pretty good to me. And, you know, this is another thing where it's just like, feel free to try some stuff, you know? This should be standard. It's not that complicated. Cheek highlights, if you'll notice just these little dots here, they probably don't need to have a lot done to them. Face is going to need very heavy deformation, just because it's, if you look at my model on the side, it actually does quite a lot of moving and shaking, right? So it needs to be pretty deformation friendly. So a heavy mesh. This shirt is going to be able to sort of sway back and forth. If we take a look at this model right now, give me a second, I locked it. Okay. If we zoom out, she has a full body, and if you look, her skirt wiggles, right? So, we're gonna add this wiggle to this shirt that we're doing on this current model. So, we'll need that to be pretty heavy in terms of deforming as well. Let's see. So, right, okay. I had lost track of what I was doing. I was like, oh. Okay. The neck also moves quite a bit. It's not something, when I first started out, I utilized a lot of. I would just have the head, like, rotate without the neck moving at all, and that just doesn't look natural. So we're going to deform that pretty heavily because it does some pretty heavy movement. This is the rest of the hair, so it'll deform pretty heavily. Okay. So now if we look down here, we're at my shoelaces. I have them separated into two parts, bows and laces. They'll almost always move in tandem with the shoes, except for when we add physics, which is what makes the hair and clothes bounce, right? So separating them out is a good idea, but for the most part, they're going to be grouped together. They're pretty small, so we can just do a standard deformation, because we do want to add physics to them, but we don't want them to take up too much space. The legs are almost going to remain completely stationary. So we are going to do not a lot of deformation on those. Do you want little or do we want standard? Oh, okay. So here's an example of what happens when your mesh is open. I'm not entirely sure what that means, technically, but I do know what it looks like, and it looks like your whole piece disappearing. Now, this is what Control Z is for. Something that can happen when you're doing these meshes is that essentially there's not enough of these dots, or they're not in the right place, and so the picture just disappears. So what you do is you just sort of futz. So I had clicked little before I clicked standard. So all of the dots I had added from little were still there when it applied standard. So now if I just hit standard, nope, still disappears. Okay, so let's try heavy. Let's see what that looks like. See, that's fine. So let's reduce it from heavy. Nope, now they both disappeared. Sometimes it's just funny. Sometimes you just have to laugh. If you try futzing around with them, sometimes you can get it to the deformation or the amount of points on a mesh you want. And sometimes it just hexes it up even further, so keep your Control Z ready. Because otherwise you might go a little... Nope, there they go again. So, I think little is too little and we can't get it to standard, so we're just gonna set it to heavy. Even though they're not going to be doing much moving. If you figure out how meshing works and use a lot of the manual meshing, you can set it so none of your pieces ever do that because you build the meshes yourself. I'm not that familiar with this program, and this is a beginner's tutorial, so we're not going to go much into depth about that. So let's not worry about it. These are, if I remove the front of the shirt, these pieces are the little piece of shirt that needs to appear back behind this leg. So if you look at like the crop top on the current model that I'm using, see how the shirt sort of peeks up around the waist and goes behind the torso? That's sort of what this is. And then here, these are the parts that show behind the neck. So again, if you look at the model I'm using, up near the shoulders, the back of the shirt goes up and around and down. So these are the parts that essentially make the top look three-dimensional, like they're wrapping around the torso, right? So there they are peeking out. They're probably not going to need much because they're very small, so we'll just go ahead and set them to standard. The sleeves are also going to have physics and be pretty floofy, so we'll set those to heavy. The hands actually aren't going to deform much, if at all, so we'll just set those to little. And then the back of the sleeves, which is the very last parts, they're pretty small, so we'll set those to standard. And there we go. Those are all of our parts with meshes on them. And like I said, this will be what allows the parts to move in ways that mimic how actual movement looks, right? Okay. So next thing we're going to do, in the free program, there is a limit to the number of parameters you can have. And parameters are the things that move your model when your head in the tracking program does certain things, right? So with X and Y, X always refers to left and right movement, like this. Y always refers to up and down movement, like this. Z always refers to rotational movement, like when you tilt your head. So all of these that say X and Y, X is left and right, Y is up and down. The two main groups are these angles. Angle is specifically for the head. So angle X, angle Y, these are specifically head movements, right? So this is where all of your head animation will be going. And then these are specifically your body movements. So because the VTube Studio tracks only your face, when you move your head to the right, your body also moves to the right. Same with left, up, and down. So these are technically linked to this first part, but they should only affect the body of your model. And then X and Y is the up and down movement of the pupils. Well, X is left and right, Y is up and down. Same with all of these. When we come to brows, like I said, the most programs don't play very well with the brows. Typically, the ones you'll be using are Y, angle, and form. I don't think VTube Studio even recognizes the X of the brows, so the left and right movement of the brows, because the brows don't tend to move left and right very much. So what we're going to do with these parameters, you just select both of them, and then down here is a little trash can, and you throw them in the trash, hit yes. If you end up regretting that decision, if you're like, hey, I actually want these back, that's when you will pull up this standard parameter list. So if we go and scroll down, okay, here we are. So this is the parameter for the right brow X movement, and this is the parameter for the left brow X movement. So you can just add those back in the way you add in other parameters by hitting new parameter, which we'll talk more about. So yeah, we're not going to use the X parameters in this specific tutorial. And in fact, this angle, which is like rotating the brow to look scowling or sad, we're not going to use those either. And we're also not going to use brow form, which is the arching of the brows and the crumpling of the brows. We're not going to use those. If you look at the model I currently am using, she just has little X or Y brow movements. So her brows go up, her brows go down. And that's it. Sometimes that's all you need, depending on how your eyebrows look or how obscured they are by hair. Because honestly, if they're going to be mostly obscured by hair, like the left one is on this model, it's kind of a waste to animate them. So we can only have 30 of these parameters, so figuring out which ones you don't want or need is best practices, you know? So if we look, I would like to use all of these. The ones I'm not going to use are these hair move front, hair move side, and hair move back. And the reason for that is we'll be setting up our own parameters that help with the physics of the hair. And those parameters are going to be new parameters that have no ID based off of this list. So these all have like a special ID, these parameters, instead of saying like param IR smile. It'll just say like param 1, param 2, param 3. So we're not going to use these because they're not very good. So we'll just delete them. Okay, so let's do a little review. X is always left, right. Specifically, this little dot right here. This middle part is the default for this parameter. So when the dot is in the middle, your head is facing forward. When the dot is over here, you're looking to the, what is this? This is the, because everything's reversed when you look at the faces, right? So technically your avatar is looking to their left, right? And then if you bring this over this way, technically your avatar is looking to the right. But the way it's going to work is we're going to move the avatar's face parts to the left this way and face parts to the right this way to create the illusion of looking left and right. And then Y over here to the right is always up. It's always up. No matter what Y parameter you're looking at, it's always up. Angle Y all the way to the left is always down. So that helps make it easy. Angle Z is always tilted this way, and angle Z over here is always tilted this way. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay. IL open is basically blinking, right? So if I blink right there, that's I, L, and Y. My eyes opening and closing are these I, L, and R opens, right? And then when I smile, like this, there are going to be ways that my eyes open and close that are different than me just opening and closing them. These are going to have to be linked. And we're about to do a whole bunch of that with these mouth movements, so you'll see what I mean. Eyeball X and Y. X is left and right, Y is up and down. And this refers to the iris movement. So just the part that is in the eyeball in the peepers, right? Mouth open is like eye open, it's how open your mouth is. Mouth form is based on whether you're smiling or frowning, but the way we're going to do it is going to help us form specific mouth movements that are linked to certain noises, like S and T and F. So if you look at my model's mouth, whenever I make those sounds, my mouth links up to it. And that's what the Kiromori mouth chart is for. Oh, and then cheek is where we'll be using the blush. You'll see what that looks like when we get to it. And breath is what makes it look like our model is breathing. So if you look at the model, she takes in a breath, she lets out a breath, and it all happens while all this other stuff is going on as well. So it really adds a lot of life, so you definitely want to keep this one. So these are the parameters we're going to be working with. And we will be adding more, but let's just go ahead and count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so we can actually add quite a bit of other parameters that will help us get the physics, the bouncing in the hair and the clothes that we want. Okay, so the next thing we have to tackle, and this part is a lot, is the mouth. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up the mouth table. So if we look here, she has the X and the Y labeled, but then she doesn't have like which one of these is X and which one of these is Y. That's okay, because we can look, okay, mouth open, this mouth is closed, this mouth is open, so these numbers are the mouth open numbers, and these are the mouth form numbers. So, what we are going to do is, we're going to go back to our program. Oh, actually, before we do this, we're going to mask the things we need to mask to other things. So, these teeth we only want to show up in the mouth, same with this tongue. So what we're going to do is we're going to select our mouth. And if we look over here at this window labeled Inspector, you have the name, the ID, deformer information, clipping ID, all of this stuff. What we're going to do is select the part that says ID, in this case mouth 2, and hit copy. And then all of the parts we want restricted to inside the mouth, we're going to go over there, and where it says clipping ID, we're going to paste and then hit enter. The first time you hit enter, this will pop up. It's fine. So don't worry about it. Just hit OK, and then hit enter again. And so now, if you look, the tongue has disappeared from the bottom of the mouth. But it hasn't gone away. If we take away all of these elements on top of it, now it's just limited to being inside the mouth. So it only shows up in this open mouth. So we're going to do the same thing with the teeth. They're also going to be linked to the mouth, so we put in clipping ID mouth 2, and when we hit enter, it's tucked inside the mouth. Same with the teeth, these upper teeth. So now all of these inner mouth parts are limited to inside the mouth. We're going to do the same thing with the irises to the whites, and the shine as well. So make sure that you're clipping the correct iris and shine to the correct white. You don't want to clip like the right iris to the left white, because that won't do anything, except make this iris not visible. So select the ID of white L, hit copy, go to iris L, paste, enter. So that'll now only show up on top of the white. That doesn't look like anything right now, but if I select this and then go like this, you can see the iris disappear when the white is no longer there. So that's what we're doing. And that's how you get the eyes to close. Did we do it for the shine? We sure did. So now let's select the white R and paste it into iris R and shine R. A couple more we have to do. So the brows, the cheek highlights, and the face blush all have to be limited to the face. So what we're going to do is we're going to select face, select the ID, copy, cheek highlights, go to clipping ID, face, enter, clipping ID, paste, enter, and then browse, paste, enter, and paste, enter. So now all of these things can't leave the areas of the things we've clipped them to. And that way, when things are moving, weird stuff doesn't start poking out. So, a couple more things we actually have to do before we start with rigging the mouth. So one thing we're going to want to do is, this is the default way the mouth looks when we set our mouth forms, but we don't want this part to show in the default mouth position, right? We want this to all be tucked away behind the lips. So we are going to add these path edits. And a path edit is a dot you add to a mesh. And what that does is it groups all of the dots around it into a single movement. So instead of moving all of these dots individually, I can move this big dot and it'll move all of the dots around it. So let me just go ahead and show you. So you click this tool up here that sort of looks like an eyeball with a line through it. And then you hit the corner of the mouth, the top, the other corner, the bottom, to create a circle. And so now, if I go back to my mouse, I can move this around like this. What we're going to do is, though, we're going to select the big red bounding box and just sort of tuck it in behind there. And the reason we added those dots, even though we haven't used them yet, is because we'll need them later on, and adding them when the mouth is open helps the program understand how the mouth is supposed to work. So let's hit save. And then with the top lip, we're going to add just a line. We don't need to create a circle this time because we don't want that circular motion. We just want, since the mouth is a line, we just want the line to move. So if you look, when we click back to the cursor, the red bounding box appeared again. If you try to click this dot to move it, you might accidentally select this little red dot in the middle, which will move the entire lip, and we don't want that. So in order to prevent that, what you do is you go over here to this X, and that keeps the part selected, but gets rid of the bounding box. So now you can manipulate these individually without having to worry about messing up the placement of the lip. So, as you can see, the mouth is anchored to where the other points are. And that's actually going to become important later because of the way we'll need the ellipse to move. So when we're starting out, our lips are going to have just 3 dots to get the basic shapes of the mouth down. But then when we go in to refine the shapes, we're going to have to add 2 more to either side of the lip, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So same as the top lip, we just select the bottom lip, select our path edit tool, add 3 dots, and then go back to our cursor. And now we're almost ready to begin animating the mouth. The only real question I have is, are the teeth and the tongue where I want them to be sitting in the mouth? So if I take away the lips, you can see the top teeth extend way down past the top lip, and I don't necessarily want that. So I'm going to select both of my teeth layers and bring them up so that they're basically even with the line of the mouth. And that'll just help some things look natural when we start putting stuff in. And the tongue, because the mouth is closed, should be up here pretty high. Okay. Okay. You can see that this is going to be a pretty long process because there's just a lot of parts you gotta keep track of. This is why labeling your parts is so super important. Okay. Now we are ready to start animating the mouth. So, select all of the parts you have in your mouth and pull up your chart. Okay, so if we look, these numbers respond to keyframes. A keyframe is something used in animation. It is how do I explain this without sounding bonkers? It's a frame that you set that shows, well, these are the keyframes. So if we look, keyframe 0, this is a mouth frown, this is a mouth, this is a mouth like neutral, this is a mouth smiling. So these are the keyframes for this particular thing. And then as the dot travels between these points, it'll sort of meld into the natural movements that we see on screen. I'm getting a lot of boops. Hold on. Is somebody attempting to contact me while I am doing a thing? I think so. I just don't know what's making all of the boops. Oh, okay. Yeah, somebody's trying to... Okay. Sorry about that. Where was I? Ah, heck. I'll just show you. Okay, so we're going to add keyframes. So the first ones we're going to add are for the mouth open parameter. So these will be all of the different this going up, right? So the numbers we're going to add are 0, 3, 5, 6, 1. So if we go to mouth open with all of these parts selected, there are these buttons up here, these add keyforms. These are instant. They just add them like this. And while that's going to be useful for most other parts, not so with a mouth open. We have to click this one, which is keyform edit. So it allows you to add keyforms based on all the different points along this parameter line. So the ones we want to add are 0, 3, 5, 6, and 1. So we just go over here where it says 0, we click 0, 3, 5, 6, and 1. And then we hit OK. So now if we look, there are these dots that correspond to all those things we clicked. Now we want to add keyforms for a mouth form, and we're just going to follow these numbers up here as well. So we click over here, keyframe edit keyframes manually, and we need -1, -5, 0, 2, 1. -1, -5, 0, 2, and 1, and hit OK. So now we have a bunch of dots on a line. And the thing is, we want to edit all of these dots at the same time, because these need to be linked in order for us to form these mouth movements. Otherwise, we would just open the mouth and then like make the mouth smile or frown. But if we made the mouth smile while the parameter mouth open was all the way up, it would just remain open, or it would close to smile. So we need to combine these. Honestly, thinking about it, mouth form is not a great thing to start with to explain what a parameter is or how they link together, now that I'm thinking about it. But, so if we look over on the side of all of these parameters, there's a little oval, sort of like the link in a chain. So the two parameters you want to mush together, you go to the one on top and you click the little link next to it. And now these have formed a little chain on the side, and instead of two lines, we now have a chart. This chart is what we're going to use to add all of these different mouth forms to this chart. And I'm just going to have to show you what that means. So if you'll notice, these are left blank. So you just don't add anything to these keyforms over here. Oh, also, if you look at these keyforms, this little red dot is what you move to change up where on the parameter this is, right? And this is the default one. If I hit, okay, now I have to explain what this menu is. If you go up to this menu icon and open it, there is something called reset to default values, and this will reset all of these parameters to the default, how they look at neutral, right? So, we've reset it all to default, and that brings this red dot back to this parameter here. So, now, if you'll notice, none of these are selected, and all of these dots went from green to white. That's because we don't have any parts that are linked to this parameter selected. If we click something that is linked to this parameter, something that this parameter manipulates, it turns green. So if you can't remember what part you've linked to what, that's how you tell. You click on it and then you look and it's like, oh, I have that linked over here. Okay. Oh, okay. So now we're just going to work on the mouth parameters, and all we're going to do is, if you look, each of these dots corresponds with each of these pictures on this chart. So now we're just going to, one by one, part by part, match the parts we have here up to the parts, how they look over here. So let's start with this side. What we want to do is drag our red dot over to this leftmost, bottommost dot and add the leftmost, bottommost image. So this will be our mouth frown. Depending on your character, you might want to have more or less of a frown or a smile. So for example, if I change this character to another rig, this one. Yep, okay. This one also uses all of the same parts as the other rig. However, her smile is less pronounced, so she's not as, like, happy-go-lucky. So, you know, you can change it a little bit to try to match the character you're using a little better. And I'll go ahead and use this rig for a while. She could use some love. So let's go ahead and start rigging up the lips to match. So we'll just do our best to match the table for now. So this is a pretty pronounced frown, so we'll select the top lip and get rid of the bounding box, and then use these points this is the bottom lip now. To match the image from the chart as best as we can. This is the mouth. If I deselect it, you can see sort of the bits of it peeking out from around the corners of the mouth. We don't want that, obviously. That's why we added the mouth to the parameter set as well. So we'll smush it a little bit more, get rid of the bounding box, and then just use the corners to tuck it in. So you have a nice little frown. And all of this mouth rigging is also available in Kiro Mori's video. So if we go over to the video, she also shows you step by step how to do all of these mouth movements, and she probably explains it a little better than I do. So I definitely recommend checking her out. She's very good at what she does. And her models are so cute. So, yeah, totally recommend. So if we open up the chart, it matches it pretty well now. She's pretty unhappy. And now, the fun part is if we drag this dot back over, you can see it morph into the keyform you just made. And that's what this program does. So each of these dots represents a different keyform. So it'll change between all of these different keyforms you have in this area. Now we just have the one right now. But that's how you get the complex movements that make VTubing models look alive. So it's a pretty cool. I'm gonna go ahead and save again, and then we're just gonna keep at this mouth rigging process. Now, I'm going to do the best I can to mimic these motions with the 3 points I have on the lips right now. But after I've rigged all of these, we're going to go back and tweak them. So that'll probably take a bit, but we got the time. That's what this whole thing is for. So, let's go ahead and start this process. So, now this movement is going to be just sort of mouth a little weeny bit open. And something you'll notice on this mouth chart. So, hold on. Let me pull up another rig I've done and show you the difference between something. So, if we look at this rig, hi, pretty different from the other ones. She's probably one of my favorites. But if we look at the way the mouth moves, in this one, the top teeth remain stationary, and the bottom teeth move realistically with the mouth movements of the jaw, right? So when the jaw is open, the bottom teeth have to move because that's how jaws work, right? That's not how I rigged these other mouths. I like the mouth movement for this rig, but I think the mouth movement for these rigs that follow the mouth chart more closely came out just a little bit better. And, you know, in a normal human head, the upper teeth don't move. Everything else, like the lips and the tongue, move. That's not what we're going to do here. The upper teeth are going to move, the bottom teeth are going to move, and the chin isn't going to move at all. So, realism when it comes to mouth movements actually makes it look less realistic. Because, weirdly, the more movement you have, the more lifelike it seems. So, and I know that seems counterintuitive because we were like, oh, let's make sure the teeth, you know, line up with the way the mouth would work, but you know, you just gotta do what looks right, even if it's not technically how movement works. That's what art is. Making something that looks right, even if that's not the way it works in real life. So this top lip and bottom lip are pretty okay, but according to the chart, we need to just see the top teeth, no bottom teeth. So we select our top teeth, and with this, you can just use the arrow keys on your keyboard, and just move them down. So now, ta-da! Between these two keyforms, movement. That's always the sort of magical part for me. And we got no mouthy mouth parts peeking out, do we? Well, just a little bit, I think. No, actually, we're pretty good. So we won't worry about the rest of the parts. They don't need to move from where they are. So let's go to the next form we need to work on. So let's see, the third one up. So the mouth is a little more open, and we can see the bottom edge of the top teeth. So, a little more open. I'm currently using my stylus on my tablet to do this, because I finally invested in a nice tablet monitor. But this whole thing can very easily be done with a mouse. I just noticed I tended to cramp more using the mouse in this setup, so I decided to use my tablet instead when working in Live2D. So if you look, the bottom teeth are completely not in this whole section of mouth form, so we just gotta click bottom teeth and get them out of here using the arrow. These actually could go up a little more. And we're seeing the mouth, but no tongue. So we gotta get the tongue out of there as well. Bye, tongue! And this is why masking is so important, because otherwise we'd be able to see all the gummy bits, and we don't want that. But because this is where the mouth is, we don't see all the gummy bits. Okay. So, let's deselect everything. And I just deselect everything by clicking in a spot where there isn't any parts. I think the teeth... No, the teeth are good where they are. Okay. So now we need this penultimate one, the one right before the last one. Little more open, teeth still peeking, and no tongue or bottom teeth. So, we move our keyform up, and then move the mouth in a way that we think looks like the chart. And as you can see now, the lips extend beyond where the mouth opens, so we will have to fix that. But let's see how the lips look in comparison to the other movement. It looks like it's opening an appropriate amount. Yeah. So that's probably good. So what we'll do now is we'll adjust the mouth. And we'll open the bounding box up just a little bit. The rest of it looks good, so we don't need to change it. We'll move the top teeth up a bit. Get the bottom teeth out of here. Any tongue? No, no tongue. And get the tongue out of there. Boom, baby. Okay, so now we need to do the very last mouth form here. And here's where you're going to see where the mouth shape could be refined a bit, and how we're going to refine it when we go back in with the additional path edit. So it needs to be sort of like a ah. So let's go ahead. It's not the widest open of all the mouths, but it's pretty wide open, so we'll think it could afford to be a little more open. Okay. It's actually not that much more open than the last keyform we did. So let's... Yeah, it needs to be a little more open than that. And as you'll see, this curve is just a little too perfect. We actually need it to sort of come in more at this part. But we'll fix that when we come back. with additional edit path dots. So we'll open up this mouth, fix these top teeth. So we just got the very tippity edge of these teeth in this one. No bottom teeth, and just a little bit of tongue. Okay, so that's one line of mouth done. I think you could afford to have less tongue here, actually. Click. Okay. Oh, and the mouth actually needs to be brought in a little bit, and then brought down a little bit. Okay, so let's see how that looks. That's a little bit of mouth movement for you. When we get this second row done, you'll be able to see how these different keyforms interact with each other in a more natural way, and it'll blow your frickin' bean. You're gonna be like, oh my god, I did this? Me? It's a very gratifying program to work in, because you can sort of see everything do what you wanted it to do in real time, you know? So, I'm gonna pause for a drink. Okay. So, now we need to do the O sounds. These O sounds aren't going to look very much like the chart this first time around, but that's okay. We're getting the basic shape down first, so we'll just do our best. So, like I said, these are blank, so they're basically the same as a ski frame. You just don't heck with them. So, we'll work on this one next. So, if we drag this up here, select our top lip, let's look. So the top lip is actually situated much lower here than it was here. So we'll bring the corners down, but leave this part basically where it was, I think. And then get the rest of the mouth to match. And when you first select something, it might not move at first. That's okay. What that means is you didn't quite land on the keyform over here, so it's just moving you to the keyform so you can manipulate it. So if you start moving something and you're like, why isn't it moving yet? When the red bounding box shows up around the thing, that's when you've been moved to the keyform. So, oh yeah, and also if you look, this part is wider than this part of the mouth, right? So we actually need to bring these corners in as well. Like this. Okay, now we can do the bottom lip. And we'll move the mouth. And then the teeth need to be not in there. So the top teeth will go up, bottom teeth will go down. And we gotta get the tongue out of there as well. There we go. So now if we look at all of these different mouth parts moving between these keyframes, We have a bunch of really interesting mouth movements that we didn't have to animate ourselves. Basically, the program does all of the tweening for you. So that is cool as heck. Okay, so next O movement. You'll notice that ours is less round, and again, that's because of the path edit. So we'll move on to the next part. This is going to be a real big O. We can't get real big O's yet, but we'll do our best to approximate it, and then we'll come back and do a real big O. So this one's sort of the same. Brought in some. Top of the lip stays where it is. Bottom of the lip moves a bit more. That's pretty good. Might be a little on the crooked side. Then we gotta get the mouth to do its thing. And now just a tiny bit of top teeth, and that's it. So these actually have to come down a bit. Then this goes away. Goodbye. And this also goes away. Goodbye. Okay. And then the next form is basically the same size, only slightly larger, but with more teeth and a little bit of tongue. Aw, yeah, boy. Look at that. Okay. I think that's about the same size. It's just a little bigger. Yep. Now we'll do the mouth. Get them teeth out of there. Get them teeth in there. And get that tongue just the slightest bit in there. So let's see. That's pretty good. Tongue could go down a smidge, but I think that's basically it. And then, of course, going like this is my favorite part. Okay. So, then we just need the last part for this part of the mouth. Oh, excuse me a second. I'm gonna mute my mic so I can blow my nose. Okay. Crisis averted. Okay. So now we just need the big ah. Oh, actually, the top lip of this could afford to go up a bit more. Let's go back down. Just because where this top lip needs to go when we hit this next bit. Yeah, okay. Now the big top lip. Make sure we're on the right keyframe. And then this top lip can actually go up quite a bit. This can go down quite a bit. It can actually be a little wider. And again, I know I keep repeating it, but this form will look more correct when we come back for round 2. The reason I do it in 2 parts like this is because if I try to make all of these shapes right off the bat with 5 points in the edit path as opposed to 3, it just makes it harder to get the nice overall shape, harder to get it symmetrical, things like that. So just starting off with the 3 and going back is actually less work than doing it all with 5 points in the edit path from the start. Okay, teeth out of there. Top teeth. You're actually Gucci, baby. And then we can get that tongue down in there. Come on. There we go. Speaking of even, that is not what this is. Because if you'll recall, our edit paths move all of the dots between this point on the edit path and this point on the edit path. So if we had another one in there, I'd just be moving this section, and then this section, and then this section, and then this section, and it's like doubling my work immediately right off the bat when I could just do it this way and not have to worry about it so much. Okay, let's see how that looks. It's definitely bigger, so that's good. Okay, so now let's work on the middle one. Actually, let's work on this one. I almost always do that. I do these 2, and then these 2, and then this one. I don't know why, just personal preference. But here we go. Let's make a beautiful little happy smile. We'll pull this down a little bit. And these out and upward a little bit. And pull this down to match. Pretty dang cute. Okay. Let's see. This one also relies pretty heavily on the 5 edit path. But we'll do our best and screw the rest until we're ready to deal with it. So the top lip The middle basically stays where it is while the outsides extend. And then the bottom lip goes down a little bit and extends outwards to match. The mouth has to come down and stretch out. And then let's see, we can see both the top and the bottom teeth. So, there we go, a beautiful smile. We can actually raise the top lip a little bit more in the middle. And then these also have to come back up a little bit. There we go. That seems right. And then basically the same, but the top of the lip comes in. So actually we can afford to have this come out more. Like that. Okay, next keyframe. Bottom lip actually, or top lip actually comes in slightly. These extend. Oh, right, it has to be open. There we go. And then mouth. And then the teeth. Okay, and now this. Mouth. Much more open. And the whole point of this mouth chart isn't to just make a bunch of random shapes. The whole point is for lip sync. So it should look like certain sounds should come out with each of these. I think this is a little lopsided. Bottom lip can open up a bit more. Pull these down a little bit, and then the tongue. Like this, maybe. Yeah, that looks good. Okie dokie artichoke. And now the big ah. um, okay. Now we gotta stretch this mouth out quite a bit. And it always looks like a nightmare when you're like halfway through getting the mouth innards where you need to get them. Okay, bottom teeth gone. Get out of here. Tongue, we need you, but not that much. Okay, that's good for now. Now this row. I just realized that menu was still up. Okay, well. Okay. So, this we need to be a smaller smile with just the top teeth showing. But this one, less pronounced of a smile. I think also less of a curve. No, it's got quite a significant curve still. Yeah. And then the mouth. Okie dokie. So, top teeth, not the bottom teeth. You do need to make the teeth a lot deeper than you think you do, just to accommodate all of these different mouth shapes. Okay. A little wider. It was a little too deep of a curve. So we'll bring it down a little bit. Okay, that's better. And now we need the top teeth and nothing else. So let's get these out of here. Bye-bye. Okay. Next one. Oh, there's a fly. Get out of here. Go. Shoo. Okay. Mouth smile with a little bit of tongue. No problem. I like to move it back and forth between them just to make sure the movement looks right. Um, Is that wider? Not much. It's actually a little narrower, so we gotta extend it out. It needs to be, well, not much wider actually, but do need it to be more open. Mouth. Um, and sometimes, like with the big bugbear rig I showed you, you're gonna have extra mouth parts, and you're just gonna have to futz with them to figure out how they fit in. Like the tusks that she has. Figure out how they play nicely with others. I basically just sort of treated them like they were part of the bottom teeth, which is why you see a lot more bottom teeth in that rig. Um, just because she's gotta, you gotta be able to see her tusks. She a bugbear. That's pretty good. Okay. Big smile. Big smile. With a dip in it. This is always the form that looks the dumbest before you get those fifth points of articulation in, because until then it just looks like you don't know what a mouth looks like. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. So there, what happened, you'll notice how all of these triangles were stretched out. I'd accidentally pulled this instead of the bounding box. Sometimes you want to pull the bounding box because it manipulates all of the meshes equally. And if you didn't, you might end up with weird things poking out. I think it's big enough. So let's see. Top teeth. This pretty good. Bottom teeth. Get out of here. It's okay, buddy. I like you. Tongue, you get to hang around a lot. We're actually going to bring the top teeth up a little bit. That looks pretty good. But see how these forms look pretty similar right now? We're going to fix that. Okay, next this one. The other O's. These O's actually move this part of the top lip. No. Pretty small, actually. Okay. And now the bottom lip. So, rigging takes a long time. My best guess is that this stream will be at least 10 hours. Just because it's an extremely long process. Now, rigging the mouth is one of the more in-depth processes, which is sort of why it's a good idea to get it out of the way. But that doesn't change the fact that it's kind of a lot. Okay, next a big oh. This is another one where it's like, okay, you really need the 5 keyforms, not keyforms, path edits to make it look correct. Without it, the mouth just looks too slack to be forming the proper sounds, you know? And then, of course, sometimes you correct something and it turns out it didn't need correcting. Okay. Here we go. In. These could afford to move up a tad. No teeth. Get the teeth out of here. Tongue. Okay. Now a bigger O with just a hint of teeth. Okay, basically the same size, which is good, because that's what it needs to be. Top teeth, get out of here. Except for a little bit of ya. Bottom teeth, don't need ya. You're not wanted here. The tongue also needs to get out of here. But not all the way out of here. I think this could afford to move down a smidge. Oh, and that showed the bottom teeth up again. I think this might be a little lopsided. That looks pretty good. Okay. Last mouth form before we move on to round 2. It's a big one. Big ah. Okie dokie. Just a bit of top teeth, no bottom teeth. Okay. Let's reset that to default values. So you could just leave it here. if you feel fine with how it came out, leaving it here is perfectly okay. Personally, I don't think it looks enough like the chart for it to create the sounds I want it to create. So we're going to reset it to default, and then what we're going to do, select our top lip and go back into the deform path edit. Not halfway in between both of them, a little closer to the corner dot, we're going to place a dot here and a dot here. Move it over a little bit. And that is going to help us create some of the more do the same with the bottom lip. That's going to help us create some of the more complex shapes that we need, like for all of the O's. So now, what we get to do is go through and sort of do the same thing all over again, except this time we have all of the basic shapes we need. So, this one is probably going to remain unchanged. It seems, well, actually, this last one could use some curving. So now, you'll get to see what I mean when I say it like moves between the 2 points you set it. So like that rounds out the shape much more fluidly, right? So actually these corners could afford to come in even farther. Same with this top lip. Oops. That was me selecting the bounding box. And when you do this, you might have to adjust the position of the teeth and the tongue as well. So you might uncover the edge of the mouth. This actually needs to be a little more pronounced. Just refining the shape. Until you get it where you're happy with it. So yeah, that's basically what we're just gonna go through each one, see if it needs refining a bit. Now that we have those extra dots in there. That's much more of an O shape. So, perfect. Not perfect. But, you know, getting there. This is a part where you could get just real finicky with it. So really, you have to decide how important good lip sync is to you. If it's not that important, maybe don't spend all this time doing it. But I think good lip sync really pushes a model over the edge, you know? Okay. These O's are definitely gonna need some fixing. Um, okay. I'm actually gonna move this here so I can see the chart and the mouth. Yeah, okay. Personally, I recommend if you're just starting out, try to make a rig as simple as possible. The more complicated you try to get with it, the less you're going to actually be learning the basics and the more you're going to have to be troubleshooting. That looks not bad. I think just lift this little bit up and that ought to do her. I think that looks pretty good. Could use a little pinch. Okay. Actually. Okay. Mouth. Oh, that definitely needs a tweak. Okie dokie. This can go up a bit. This can pinch in. Gonna have to get that tongue out of here. What you think you doing in there, huh? Hiding out? Impossible. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good as heck. Okay. Um, this is what these work. Not bad, honestly. And the more you work with the program, the more you're going to understand how to manipulate things more quickly and in a way that is more effective. Okay. Big O. Let's fix this big O. I'll get these down farther. Oh, mouth needs adjusting. Top teeth can go up a bit. Oh, that's a big O. Look at that. So much better. Okay. Save. And then move on to the next row. Column. This also needs adjustment. Pretty good. Let's extend the mouth. Get them teeth out of here. Tuck the tongue in a bit more. Okay. Oh. So, we'll pause this for a moment. I just noticed that this part has parts cut off from it. So that's because I didn't do the mesh properly. So we're gonna go back into the auto mesh and see if we can't finagle it to get that part in there. Okay. Still missing a little bit, but honestly, it looks fine. Let's save. Okay. What part was I working on? Right, the mouth. Okay. We're getting all of the mouth good. I really recommend working on the mouth and the eyes first, because getting those, the order you do things in and the hierarchies are pretty important. I mean, actually, the order in which you do things can be like messed with a bit, but the hierarchy of parts and how you manipulate them is important. You'll notice that we haven't added anything like a deformer yet, because the mouth and the eyes, you should really be manipulating the base parts for the mouth open, the mouth form, the eye open, the eye form, because you want it so no matter how you move your head or how you wiggle, that is always moving those parts to like track your eye blinking and your mouth movement. And so the way you do that is by manipulating these most basic meshes. You don't want to do it as part of a deformer. Okay, where was I? What part am I on? This one. Okay. Oh. You can, I didn't know you could draw on this. Okay. I'm gonna close that and open that back up. Okay. I didn't know you could draw on that. Okay. Um, Big O. Okay. No teethses, but tongue. How much tongue? Not this much tongue. Not bad. Okay. That's a big O. Okay. Adjust it now. No bottom teeths. Less top teeths. Less tongue. More tongue than that, because it needs to be more than the last one in terms of tongue. No more. Okay. Not bad. And now this. This chart, by the way, Karo Mori's chart, was like the best thing to happen to me in terms of rigging. I don't know how that woman does it. I don't know how she figured it out. I mean, I know that she used the basic one that is provided as part of the manual online as like a guide, but hers is infinitely better than the manual. That's pretty good. Hard to beat. Okay. Less top teeth. Less bottom teeth. Little less tongue, but not much. Actually, could afford to have more tongue. That's much better movement. Okay, so this definitely needs bottom lip adjustment. Ah, so much better already. Yeah, that's all that one needed. Okay. I think a little bit of bottom lip adjustment might be all these ones need. Um, so if you look between these two keyforms, as these teeth go up, the tongue comes down. And that's because we couldn't see the tongue in this one, but if we highlight it, it's pretty far up there. And we don't want that tongue coming up like that because it honestly looks weird. So we're actually going to tuck it way down here and see how that looks. Okay, see? So now the tongue just comes into view. So sometimes even if you can't see a part, you need to adjust it because of where it's sitting in a part you haven't adjusted and how the in-betweens work together, if that makes sense. Okay. This one also needs just a little bit of bottom lip adjustment. And now, lots of adjustment. Yeah, lots of adjustments. I didn't do this right the first time. This is why weird lines like this is why I like to do it with just the three originally, because it's much easier to get it symmetrical that way. Okay. Bottom lip. A little more point here, but not too much. Adjust the mouth, like a lot. Adjust the teeth like a lot. Lift the tongue up just a little bit so there is some movement between it and the last keyframe. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Okay. Now this. And once we're done with this column, we will be done with mouth lip sync. And then we can work on the eyes. Okay. Just the bottom lip, top lip needs just a little adjustment, I think. That's a beautiful smile. Okay. I mean, that's almost perfect. That is perfect. There we go. Okay. A lot of bottom lip adjustment here. These teeth down a bit, tongue down a bit. Tasty. Okay. Last one, and then we can call it quits on this. Teeth. You can actually see that this is a little crooked because of the teeths. It's honestly kind of cute though. Yeah, why not? These down a little bit, just a wee bit. Tongue down. Ah, that's it, baby. Okay. So now, okay. So it's going to look a bit choppy, but VTube Studio has smoothing in it, so it'll look much smoother when you actually import it. But we can actually, down here, oh, I'm covering it, hold on. Oops. Hold on. If I move me over here, you can see there's a little play button, right? And you can actually see sort of how like all of your parameters will move, but since we only have the mouth parameters done right now, we can sort of get a little preview of what it'll look like when she speaks. And I say it looks pretty good, so we'll hit stop, reset all values to default, and we're done with the mouth for now. So, not bad at all. Okay. So now let's work on the eyes. First thing we're going to do is eyeball X and Y. Remember, X is always left, right, and up, down, no matter what. So, we're going to select both of our irises from our list over here. And then we're going to select both of our parameters over here. And because this is much simpler, we only need a center point when they're looking left and when they're looking right. We're going to go up here and click the Add 3 keyforms. So for both of these parts and for both of these parameters, we have now added 3 keyforms. So make sure to select just one parameter, but for these, we can keep both of these selected for now. So we need to shift this over, and now we need to, since we're on this keyform, input some kind of movement for the keyform. So we're going to have our eyes move to the left. It's going to look like the right in the program because, you know, you're looking at your rig, right? But if you were your rig, if you were looking out, your eyes would technically be moving to the left. But, okay, let's simplify. When the X parameter, you slide it to the right, slide everything to the right. When you slide it to the left, slide everything to the left. Okay? Okay. So, we just used the arrow keys on the keyboard to move these to the left. And if you look over here, nothing happens. So we could move this over here and then just like, you know, move it using the keyboard keys again. But instead what we'll do, so it's a symmetrical movement, we're going to go up here to this menu, and we're going to click Reflect Motion. We're going to reflect horizontally, because we're doing a horizontal movement, and just hit OK. And now you'll notice this is highlighted, so it's telling you it put something here. So now if we slide this red dot over, the eyes slide all the way over now. Pretty cool, huh? So now we're going to reset these to default values and highlight eyeball Y. Always, when you slide something to the right on parameters with a Y, that is up. That is always up. And when you slide something to the left on Y parameters, that is down. That is always down, no matter what. So, up and down movements aren't always going to be able to be reflected because they're just a little different. You know, your eyeball doesn't necessarily move as much because of where they've been placed. So we're just going to manually do it. So let's select both of our irises and move them up a little bit. There we go. That's all the up I'm going to move them. Because I think that looks up enough. And then we're just going to slide it all the way to the left and move them down a bit. As you can see, they have to be moved much farther down. And that's where we're going to leave them. So, now I'm just going to do slight adjustments for each eye. Especially on parameter Y. And here is why. You can look up with your eyes and down with your eyes and have it look like you're looking at the part. Okay, hold on. When you are looking at somebody, your eyes look like they are focused on something, right? However, if you just move the eyes straight up from that position, they get like a faraway look. They don't look like they're focused on anything. And that's because when you're looking at somebody or something, your eyes are actually ever so slightly crossed, right? Because you're focused on a thing. If you aren't focused on a thing and you're like looking way past a person, there's a reason they call it a 1,000-yard stare. Like, your eyes are unfocused, and so they're basically looking straight ahead. But if you're focused on something close to you, you're a little bit cross-eyed. So what we're going to do for the up and down movements to make it look like she's focusing on something when she looks up and when she looks down is we're going to just ever so slightly cross her eyes. So we'll just go to the up and then select our one iris and 1, 2, 3. And then on down, we're just going to move it back towards the center as well. And that will make it so it'll look like she's focused. We're going to do the same thing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3. So now she actually looks like she's looking at something there, she's looking at something there. That's just a personal preference of mine. I don't think everybody does this. But I think it looks pretty good in practice. Because otherwise, you're just staring off at nothing, you know? And then, let's reset these to default values. That looks pretty okay. But actually what I'm going to do is pull this eye back a bit when it looks this way, and pull this eye back a bit when it looks this way. Just because whether or not it's actually symmetrical isn't nearly as important as whether or not it looks good. That's what I learned with the mouth, and the same thing is true for the eyes. If you focus on making everything look exactly symmetrical, it will not look real. It will not look like the person is alive. It'll look robotic and artificial. And that's the opposite of what you want. So some people, they know how to do it so every movement they make on this eye, they can just reflect it and apply it to this eye. I'm not super interested in that. Like, symmetry is important, but slight asymmetry is just the way nature works. So it's not as important as you think it is. And it's actually sort of freeing because you don't have to worry about whether or not you're doing something perfectly. Because perfectly wouldn't be the best necessarily. Okay, so now we're going to show you something interesting. And we're going to show you why we linked all of those mouth forms together. So, if I slide this eyeball over like this, and I want to be looking not just off to the left, I want to be looking up and off to the left. If I move this over now, it moves it back to default, because it doesn't know what to do. It's like, wait, but you wanted me to move the eyeballs here, and now you want me to move the eyeballs over here? I'm confused, right? So what you have to do to get the program to realize, oh, I want you to not just move this over, but move it up, is you have to link these parameters, right? Select one of the objects that that parameter controls, and then select the linked parameters. Now what you're going to do is click this menu, and you're going to hit Synthesize Corners. And what that does is it makes it so instead of your eyes just being able to look only right, only left, only up, and only down, it's going to automatically extrapolate and tween all of the diagonals of those positions. So you just hit Synthesize Corners, make sure that these say the same parameters that you have selected, and hit OK. So now, since I've only done this to one of the irises, you'll see the difference. So if I move this over here, this actually goes up and to the left, whereas this one, where I haven't synthesized the corners, doesn't know what to do and just returns to default. So this is what it looks like if you've done it correctly, if you've remembered to synthesize your corners. If you haven't synthesized your corners, it's going to look like that. So let's go ahead and reset these to default. Select the other iris and our parameter and click Synthesize Corners. Okay. And now our eyeballs move. So technically, when you link these, you can create these corners yourself. You can do what we did for the mouth and just put them in the position you want them to be in. But by hitting synthesize corners, you just make your life a lot easier, especially when you have a lot of parts that need to be extrapolated between, right? So by doing this, you save yourself a lot of time and hassle. The reason we didn't do that for the mouth is because we're basically trying to imitate not just what the mouth looks like while you're smiling and your mouth is open. We're trying to make lip sync, which requires a lot of very individual and discrete mouth movements. So that's our eyeballs. Those are set now. So now what we need to do is we are going to work on our eyes opening and closing. And for this, I am going to remove the front of the hair again. And then we're just going to zoom in and we'll pick an eye to work on. So, let's do our left eye first. And we're just going to focus on IL open for now. So the only things we need to add to IL open are, actually let's do the right one first. The only things we need to add to IR open is our top eye line, our bottom eye line, our eyelid, if you have one, since it'll be moving when you blink, and our eye white. We don't need to add our iris, and we don't need to add our shine. That has nothing to do with the eyes closing, so it's not important to add. So now we're going to hit edit or add 3 keyforms to IR open. And now you'll notice something a little different from these eyeball ones. When everything is set to default for the eyeball, this red dot is set in the center. But when IR open is set to default, it's all the way on the left. That's because default, your eyes are open. This is half closed, and this is fully closed. So don't accidentally have this be your eye open, your eye shut, and your eye, like, even more open, I guess. You just want eye open over here, eye half closed, eye closed. So that's what we're going to work on right now. We're going to add a deform path edit to the top lid as well. One on each corner, and one in the center. And you're just going to want to try to manipulate these as best you can so that it follows the line. Oops. Don't accidentally create a circle. You don't want a circle. In order to avoid that, if you want to work on this one and then go over here to work on this one, click this one first and then come over back to this one. We want this to be in a line. So just try to focus on getting this lined up with sort of the edge of your mesh. It probably won't be perfect. That's okay. But, you know, get it as close as you can. We might need to add another dot in there later on. But for now, this will be good. And then do the same thing on your bottom eye. your eyelid, and your eye white. Your eye white, you do want to create a circle. Just like the mouth. Okay. And now what we're going to do, make sure you actually slide this over because our eye is already open. It's already set at its default value. And so what we want to do, exit that bounding box, we're just going to do the eye half closed. So we're just going to pull this middle part down, and now this bottom part up just a smidge, maybe the inside corner up a smidge, and that is half open. So then we take our eye white, smoosh it down some, smoosh it up some, just get it so it's still really tucked beneath these lines. Depending on how you did the eye white, some parts might poke out. You'll just have to, you can still move these individual white line or dots to adjust something if you need something adjusted quite small. But that looks good for now. So that's half closed. And we gotta do this eyelid as well. So now let's look, and yep, our eyelid goes from wide open to closed, well, partially closed. So now we need to move it over, and we're going to close the eye completely. This might be where another dot adds in. Yep, okay. So I do need to add another dot into the art path because apparently my line wasn't as smooth as it could have been. So it got a little weird there. That's okay. Just add another line in your art path. And that's the top eye line closed. And then we're going to bring the bottom eye line up to meet it. Tuck it sort of under there. Then we're going to take our white. You might need to zoom in a bit for this. And just smush it all the way down using the bounding box. Using the bounding box is easiest. And then just use your art path to deform it a little bit so it fits quite nicely under the lashes. And then our eyelid, we have to see how that looks. It's not bad. Could come up a bit on the side since we want it to be about the same thickness. And that's our eye closed. So, now what we're going to do is we're going to leave this on half open for a second. And we're going to select all of the parts we need to work on the other eye. Make sure we click IL open. Don't keep it on IR open. And hit 3 again. So now what we're going to do is just eyeball it and try to make this side match the other. Like I said, there are ways that you can basically copy this, flip it, and apply it to this eyeball. It's kind of advanced, and I don't think it looks as good anyway. There are a lot of other tutorials for non-beginners out there that show you how to do things like that. So I'm not going to worry on that. This is mostly for, I've never even opened the program before. Okay. So we're going to do the same thing again. Click our Deform Art Path tool, and we're going to do it in exactly the same order we did it last time. So we're going to add 3 initially and not worry about the 4th dot until we get to fully closed, because that way the movement is more reflective of what the other eye looks like. Bottom eye line. It's pretty good. And then the eye white. And then we just shift it over to the half closed position. Always make sure that you aren't accidentally adjusting your default when you don't mean to, because otherwise you will be sad. And so now, let's go ahead and get both eyes in frame and do a rough approximation of the other eye. That looks almost correct on that bottom eye. Just gonna bring this up just a smidge more. And then we're gonna do the eye white. You could leave the eyelid where it is to indicate the top of the eye socket. I've done that on other rigs. It would certainly make your life easier. So if you decide you like how that looks, just leave it where it is. Don't even add it to these parameters. Just, when it comes time to move the face left and right, make sure that you include that in your eye deformer. So let's continue this. And I think that looks good on that. But you can see the difference, right? This looks like part of the eye socket, whereas this looks like a fold in the eyelid. Again, it's really up to you, what you decide to do with that. So I believe, oh, I forgot to add the art path to it. Let's do that. Okay, now bring this down. And then bring this in, and I think that's all we did for that. Yeah, that looks about right. It could come down just a tad bit more. Yep, that looks about right to me. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move the IR open to down. Make sure you click back on IL open, because if you edit, if you try to edit this stuff while having this selected, it'll change the default look. It'll heck things up. So always make sure you have the right thing selected, otherwise you might cry. Okay, so IL open, and we're going to shift it down to the closed value and then begin working. So what we did was we closed it and then added another dot on the art path, and then we straighten it out some, like so. And then bottom eye line, brought it up. I think we tucked this in slightly. Oops. Like this. Nope, there's a little gap. So I'll just close that up. Like so. Oh, and I brought the eye up a little bit as well. Just a smidge, not that much. I think there's just a little bit, just a little dot that's not fully closed, but that ought to have done it. Okay. Now the eye white. Close that puppy up. And now the eyelid. Almost perfect, but not quite. There we go. 2 evenly matched eyeballs. So, now what we have to do is much like how we made it so the, oops, I unlocked those. The eyeballs always are looking where they need to look. We want to make it so that when you smile, your eyes gain a smiley quality to them. And the way we do that is, so let's go back to IR, right? The right eye. Select all the parts we need for that. And what we're going to do is, for IR smile, we're going to hit add 2 keyforms. And if you look, this starts out at 0 and goes to 1. That's because on default, your eye is not smiling. So, we'll link these two together like we did for the mouth. And what we're going to do is manually adjust each of these. So this is eye open, eye half closed, eye closed. And because it's on this bottom line here, this is at 0. But when we set it to 1, that's when the eye is supposed to be smiling. So now we can adjust this ever so slightly so that it becomes obvious that the eyes have a smile to them. So this is the eye open parameter still, but we want it open and smiling a bit, right? So we'll bring the corner up, bring that down a bit. Bottom eye will bring the corner up, and we'll bring this up, but we'll leave this here. And then we'll adjust the white. Oops. So that now, oops, the eyelid as well, just to indicate a hint of a smile. Need to adjust the white. Doesn't quite meet the bottom lash here. There we go. So now her eye is open, but it looks like she's smiling a bit. I might actually adjust the inside corner of the bottom eye line. Yeah, that actually looks more natural. Okay, so that's what her open eyes will look like when she's smiling. So now we're gonna move it over to half closed, smiling, and adjust it so that it actually looks like she is having a good time. And the eyelid as well. Don't forget. Okay. And last but not least, a smiling closed eye. So, we'll bring this down a bit actually, and move this up. Okay, so now if we look, there are all these different eye positions that extrapolate based on whether or not she's smiling and whether or not her eyes are open or closed. Looks pretty good. Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to use this eye as a guide to set up the other eye. So let's add each of these parts to the eye smile parameter using two keyforms. Link the IL open and IL smile keyforms, and then begin editing. In theory, you could add more keyforms to the eye smile, depending on like if you want a slight smile, a big smile. Personally, I don't see it as necessary. It's something you can definitely try out if you want, but this method is pretty simple and it works. So if it's simple and it works. It ain't broke, so don't fix it, you know? Okay. So, let's get this eye doing a smile. Bottom eyelid. That looks about even. Yeah, that looks about right. Oh, eyelid. Another important thing to keep in mind is that your character is likely going to be in motion. So any mistakes you make or anything that you think, oh, I could have done that better, chances are nobody's gonna see it. Just because there's so much going on, you know? That spotting a little thing, like a tiny lack of symmetry, it's not gonna be the end of the world. It's not even gonna be close. It's probably gonna remain a non-issue. Okay. So use the right eye as your guide. Go back to the left eye. Make sure you've got that selected. And it looks ever so slightly sinister right now. But that's because her eyes are smiling, but her mouth isn't. When she smiles, it'll be much more obvious. It won't look as upset or threatening. That looks about even. Just have to do the eyelid. Yep, that looks good. Okay, right eye as a guide. Select the left eye. This has to come down. How does that look? Not quite. That looks about right. This side is a little droopy. That looks right. Okay. Yeah, boy. Almost. Corner down slightly. Yeah, that looks correct. Okay. Now if we have her bangs back on and check our little handy dandy play button in the corner. Look at her, looking around, talking, smiling, blinking. Ah, excellent. Now we're actually ready to move on to some of the bigger stuff. Well, actually, we have to do the eyebrows right quick. Okay. So, you have to take the bangs back. So, each brow has its own parameter in case you like can lift one eyebrow. I can't really. It's very difficult for me. But if you're somebody who can lift, you know, two eyebrow, like each of your eyebrows independently of one another, this might be important for you. Each one has its own separate parameter just in case you can. So, we're selecting our right brow, select our right brow parameter, and setting it to 3 keyforms because the default is in the center. With Y to the right is always up. So, let's see how far up we want these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think 15's good. And then we're not going to reflect this motion. We're going to do it individually because there's this we have to watch out for. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So 15 to the right, 10 to the left. So we'll just do the same with the left brow. 15 to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And then 10 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So now the eyebrows waggle. Okay. Let's double check. Yep. There they are, up and down. Like I said, if you want to do more brow stuff, you can, but with the free version of this program, you're only getting 30 parameters, and depending on how much stuff you want, like, to move and bounce, you might have to do a Sophie's Choice situation. Do I have crazy brows? Do I have bonkers hair? Of course, with Pro, you can have as many parameters as you want. So that's something to consider. You can just go hog wild. Oh, yeah, there's not gonna be breast animation in this video, but breast animation is almost exactly the same as hair and clothes animation. So if you know how to do that, which I will be teaching you, you can animate your boobs as much as you want. There are separate breast parameters, but much like the hair parameters, I don't suggest using them. I suggest making your own, which we'll get to. So, like I said, once you know how to do the hair and the clothes, you can do as much booba as you want. Kiro Mori also has a video on hair physics and boob physics, so for some more advanced stuff, I suggest checking her out. But for now, for beginner stuff, stick close. Oh, I just noticed something. I lost my ahoge. Okay, so there we go. It's back. It was too much deformation mesh for it. Let's see if we can do it. There we go. Okay. Sometimes you can get it to where if you set it at a lower or higher deformation and then change it to the one you want, the way the dots were arranged like it keeps some of that, so it'll base it off of that. So because I started with little first and then went to heavy, instead of disappearing, it's still here. Okay. I think I also lost these strands. I did. So let me go fix that. Yep. I got one of them in there. I got another one in there, but I'm missing that middle one. So let's little heavy. Yep, there we go. Still there. That's maybe one of the detriments of doing a bulk mesh make, is you don't notice when you've lost something. So, taking stock is important. Okay. So, there are a few things we have to do now. We have to animate the body turning right and left and rotating and going up and down. And then same for the head. So those are those groups that say XYZ. Angle XYZ is the head. Body XYZ is the body, obviously. Cheek will be blush. We're gonna do that after we do angle X and Y for one of these, for the blush layer, just so we can see it. And then we'll do the cheek. And then breath we can do later, and we'll do all the hair and stuff after that. So we're going to do angle Z first. And angle Z will be the head rotating, like this. So let's go ahead and get our first deformer. Our first deformer is going to be a rotation deformer, and it's going to do what it says on the tin. It's going to rotate everything we need. So what we have to do now is select everything that is attached to the head and the head itself. So if we look in this window here, that's going to be a lot easier to do in than this one with all its folders and stuff. We're mostly going to be looking at this window now, because this is where all of our deformers will come in. So let's select everything that's on the head, all of the eye parts, all of the mouth parts, blush. Here we go. So that's most of it, but we also need the back of the hair, which is below the top and the neck. So again, make sure you're selecting everything that is attached to the head, right? Even if there's stuff in between them that isn't. So now what we're going to do, these are the two main types of deformers we're going to use. This is a warp deformer. We're not using that yet. We want to create a rotation deformer. So we click Create Rotation Deformer. We're going to name it very clearly. The more clearly you name everything, the easier it's going to be to keep all of your deformers in the right place, where they need to be, because there is an order they need to be in. So you're just going to make it easier on yourself the more specific you are. So this is the head, so we're going to call it head, and we are going to apply this deformer to angle Z. So we're going to call it angle Z and hit create. So now if you look in this window, everything that we selected is now under the category of head angle Z rotation. And then beneath it, you'll see a second branch leads to all of these things that aren't in it. So we're going to use this to imitate what happens when you rotate your head, right? So what we need to do is get this and move it to a place where your neck would naturally rotate, because otherwise that's not where the head rotates, right? But if you just try to pick it up and move it, you're just picking up and moving the whole thing. So what you have to do is hold Control to move it where you need it to be. And make sure you haven't added it to a parameter yet, because if you've added it to a parameter at this point, it'll think that you're trying to move it to that position and move it to that position, and things will go bonkers. So let's see if that looks natural. Looks pretty natural to me. Okay. So now we will add it to angle Z. So we're going to add 3 keyforms, and we're going to move it over to the right side of the screen. $25 seems good. And then we can reflect this motion. But before we do that, we're also going to select it and move the whole thing over some. I know it's detaching from the neck. It seems bonkers. It's okay. Let it do that, because that's how the head rotates. We'll get the neck in on this action so it doesn't look crazy. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll hit reflect motion, and we'll reflect it horizontally. So now it does the same thing on the other side. So that's the basic head rotation stuff, right? That's what a rotation deformer does, and that's how this angle Z should be set up for it. Now there's a couple of things we need to do to get this to look right and natural. First, let's go ahead and select our neck part. And now we're going to create our first warp deformer. So this is this button up here. And when we click it, we're going to do exactly what we did for the last one and be very specific about what we're using this for. So this is our neck part, right? And we're using this for angle Z. And hit create. So now we go ahead and have this deformer selected, not the part, mind you. Make sure you have the deformer selected. So a rotation deformer has a circle with a little line in it, kind of like a Q. And this one sort of looks like a green little window. Make sure you have the deformer selected, not the part. And add it to the angle Z parameter using 3 keyforms. And now you'll notice that instead of all of those little white dots, we have this sort of green bounding box with a couple of gray dots and some green points on it. So this allows us to warp a significant number of meshes, of mesh points, in a way that makes them all sort of work together, and instead of you having to manipulate all of them individually. And it does it in a different way from the art path. It basically, you can get more detailed and warped with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to move the center of the neck over a bit, maybe back a little bit so it doesn't interfere with the shirt, and then tilt it this way so that when the head tilts, so does the neck. See? So now it looks like a natural motion that the head does. So, I might actually go back to that rotation deformer and have it move down some when it gets to either side. But for now, let's reflect this motion horizontally, and we're done with this deformer. We don't ever have to use it again. So let's go back up to the head angle Z rotation and manipulate it just a little more so that it comes down a bit when rotated. And we'll reflect that motion. There we go. Now, the parts that are solid are good. The neck, the head, all of the parts on the head. The thing is, the hair likes gravity. So if you look at the model I have right now, when she tilts, her hair still points toward the ground. And that's what we need to do now in this angle Z deformer. We need to make it so that when her head rotates, her hair still points toward the ground. Because otherwise, it's going to look weird. It's going to look like her hair has too much starch in it, right? So, what we do is, let's go back. We'll reset to default. And now we will select some hair chunks. So, first one we'll worry about is the back of her hair. And we're just going to select all of these and put all of these into a deformer because, oh, pardon me, we sort of need them to move in unison in this motion. So we'll just have them all move at the same time. So we'll call it hair back because it's all of the hair that's in the back. Angle Z. And then create. So now you do the same thing, add 3 keyforms. And you're going to manipulate the hair so that when, so that when she tilts her head, the hair tilts like gravity is affecting it, you know? So let's see how that looks. I think that pulls it down a little bit too much. It's not like she's got particularly long hair, you know? So it's also not going to be affected by gravity as powerfully as maybe other types of hair. So we can loosen it up a bit. Okay, there we go. So since we have it the way we like it, oh, okay. So, we'll just do it manually. What they're basically saying is, hey, you have a lot of moving parts, and I don't know how to reflect this in a way that might make you happy. So instead of making the program do it, we'll just do it manually, because it's not that hard. You just eyeball it. Again, nature is imperfect, so imperfection is not a flaw. There we go. See, that looks fine. Bring it down just a bit farther. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So now what we'll do is we'll begin doing that with the rest of her hair. I think maybe her bangs can stay relatively, well, we'll see. So we'll select the, oops, these are called the same thing. I'm just gonna change that right quick. If you need to change the name of something, select that part, and then up here where it says name, just change the name and hit enter. Okay, so now we'll just select these. Yeah, these. Okay. New deformer. Hair, side, L, angle, Z. So you can see how these titles might begin to get a little complicated, but you know it's even more complicated having just a massive amount of deformers and having no idea what any of them are for. Okay, so let's add this. And then get it so it looks like gravity's affecting it. That looks like it's thinning out too much, so we'll widen it out a bit. It's also shorter, so it doesn't have to be as affected as longer hair. Okay. There might be a limit to the number of deformers you can have in the free version. And if that's true, you might have to come back and decide which deformers are really important. And if it is true, in that case, then I really would recommend the paid version, because the paid version, you can have as many deformers as you want, baby. Yo, that's cute as heck. Okay. Same thing with the other side of the hair. Hair. Side. My brain, I promise it works. Hair. Hair. Side. Angle Z. Oops, nope. Which side is it, Daisy? It's R. Okay, there we go. Add it to the parameter. Oops. I specifically decided to do this on the free version because I want people even just picking up the program to be able to make something they feel like they're proud of, you know? And a lot of the time, VTuber Live2D tutorials sort of either assume that you know a lot about the program already. I didn't give her ears! Okay. Well, I have good news. You can add things to a model even after you've made the model. It feels silly, though, to have forgotten to give her ears. But we'll just not worry about it for now. Okay. We'll just assume that the ears are hidden in her hair. Even though you can see where her ears should be when her hair tilts. Okay. That's looking pretty sweet. Now bangs. Yeah. Yeah. That's some good hair, baby. Okay. So we're done with angle Z. That's it. That's all we have to do for it. Okay, now we need to do body Z. So what we're going to do to create the two deformers, that's it. We only really need two for these three things. Let's zoom out. Down here at the bottom, this little button, if you click it, it just centers it so you can see everything. So make sure you're not clicking any part. And what you do is first, you just hit create deformer, and then body Z, create. And body Z is connected to root. And then we're going to click, well, actually, let's wait. So, click the body Z deformer. And we're going to click create deformer. And we're going to do body XY. Create. Actually, we did this backwards. So just change the names. So body Z should be the one that body XY is nestled in. So if you look, body Z and then body XY, okay? So now what we need to do is take all of these parts that aren't, well, hold on. Click head angle Z rotation. And if you look up here, it says deformer root. We want this to be able to be manipulated by the two deformers we've just made. So we're going to click this menu and find body XY and click it. So now if you look, everything's shifted. So here, everything in body XY can now be manipulated by this deformer. And we're going to do the same thing with our neck angle Z, and then everything else. Just select all of the parts that don't have a deformer yet and put it in body XY. Now, that being said, I am going to separate out the legs and the laces so they are still in root, because I don't want them being affected by body XY. Body XY will create looking left, looking right, up, down, and then body Z will be rotation. And I want the legs to be firmly on the ground. And if I am going to add them to X and Y, I'm going to do that with their own individual deformers. So, first body XY. And we're going to put this deformer on parameter body XY with 3 keyforms. So, what we'll do is we'll drag the keyform to the right, and we're going to bend the body to the right. Get rid of the red bounding box. And you'll notice as I manipulate this, the head doesn't like stretch into form the way the body does. That's because the head shouldn't. It's already being manipulated by angle Z to tilt when I move my head like that. So I don't want it to be tilting like weirdly all by itself when I do this. Essentially, body Z, body X, and body Y are all still controlled by your face because that's the only thing that the program will track. So you have to make sure that they all play along together. So if we look, she's tilting this way, which is essentially our rotation in this case. So we're just going to make it so she rotates a little more. And because I haven't added her legs to this deformer, her legs don't move at all. They are a rock. They're solid, and that's how I like them. So we're going to leave those as is. And then what we're going to do is just have this be reflected. Click. And boom. So that's our rotation deformer for body Z. Body XY, much like any other XY, say it with me, X is right and left, Y is up and down. And the thing is, you want these, to be part of the same deformer, so you can do what we did with the eyeballs. You remember how we got the eyeballs to be able to look in the same direction because the program knew how to extrapolate those corners? If you separate them out into separate deformers, you're going to have a much harder time doing that. So having XY deformers that take care of XY movement is your best bet. So let's go ahead and center this. Click body XY, select both body X and body Y, the parameters, and add 3 keyforms. Boy. This really grates my voice doing this. It's okay. So now just select one parameter. Don't ever select 2 parameters at once unless you know what you're doing. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not gonna tell you how to do that in this. It's very complicated. So, you don't know what you're doing probably. Heck, I don't know what I'm doing probably. Okay. So, drag body X to the right, and we're gonna go ahead and make it appear as if her body, I might actually separate out her arms after this to do different stuff for body X and Y. But for right now, her arms are included. So we're going to just take the center lines and shift them over. And then we're going to take the lines on the right, tuck them in, and then the lines on the left, and pull them out. And while it looks a little crazy right now, this is the basic movement you do in order to make something look like it's turning in a three-dimensional space. Maybe I don't have to bring it in that much because, like I said, it looks a little on the bonker side. And in fact, I might tuck this back a little bit. So if we look, it looks like her torso is turning. This is all illusion. There's no actual three-dimensionality going on here. It's all illusion. So I know this looks weird. That's okay. This isn't done yet. This is just the basic movement. So we're going to reflect the motion again. And now we have the very basic turning in X and Y. So next, we're going to do body Y. So to the right is always up. So let's go ahead and lift these in the center. You can lift the outsides a little bit, but for the most part, lifting it in the center only helps give it dimensionality because it looks like there's curving going on, because there is curving going on. So for the most part, that's primarily all you have to do for up, for body XY. And then we'll just do the same but opposite for body Y. There we go. See? And like I said, this is the basic movement. We're going to make it look a lot smoother. We're going to separate out parts. We're going to do all kinds of shenanigans. So, let's link our body X and Y. Select the parameter. Make sure we have the correct deformer selected. And we're going to synthesize our corners. So now, I know this looks even weirder. Trust me. Trust me, please. Okay. So, now what we're going to do, we are going to go ahead and select everything that has to do with the sleeves and dump those back in root. And now what we're going to do is we're going to give each of them a deformer for first body Z and then body XY. So what we're going to do is select all of the parts that are part of sleeve R. Sorry, I thought oh, okay. I just selected the wrong part. Okay. And we're going to create a rotation for just sleeve. Actually, we're just going to call this arm R, angle Z. Create. Actually, we have to call it body Z, because we're not attaching this to angle Z. Body Z. You'll notice that when I changed the name, it collapsed. Just click this button twice to open everything back up again. Okay. So now what we're going to do is add 3 keyframes to body Z. And you'll see that now it doesn't... Oh, hold on. We have to hold control and move this up to where we want to have the rotation happen. I'm going to place it right on the edge of where the shirt front starts. Like so. And then if you hold control and move this down, you can change this so it points in the direction where the arm is. It just makes it easier to remember, like, where everything is pointing, and then you just hit freeze rotation. So that becomes the new default position, right? Now you click add to parameter. And as you can see, the arms are no longer controlled by body Z and body Y. They're above it. Well, they're not above it. They're part of a root, which is the basic folder, essentially. So they sit side by side, neither of them affecting the other. So we have to move this over. Don't hold control to do this, because if you do, you won't be moving it. And then we can tilt it to make it pop out. So that way, the arm doesn't distend weirdly like the shirt, because the shirt is cloth, but the arm has to bend in a way that is natural, and that is more natural. So we have that done for there. We have to do the same thing to this side. Sorry. And we can move that in or just keep it where it is. I'm gonna tuck it in just a little bit. So when she leans, I can show you what it'll look like fully on the avatar I have here. So when she leans, the arms still move with the body, but they can move independently, you know? So that's basically what we're doing. Okay. So now we need to do the same thing, but with the other arm. So let's reset to default values, select all the other parts of the other arm, create a rotation deformer, arm L, body Z, create. And then we will, with this deformer selected, we'll, oh, nope. First you have to reposition it, hold control, move it up, hold control to reset the rotation to make that default. Make sure to click freeze rotation when you do. And now tuck that in a bit. Okay, so with nothing selected, let's look at what body Z looks like now. There we go. I think I could adjust this slightly because she's getting thicker in the middle, and that isn't necessarily what I want. I just want her to... You want to try to keep the same thickness. Just make it look like it's moving, you know? If things get too thick or too thin, okay, and by doing that I have to adjust the arms again, because body changed slightly. So if we see now, it's ever so slightly out of alignment. So let's just pop that back in place. Okay. And now that we're starting to get a lot of deformers, here is basically the rules of deformers. Body first, angle second. That's almost always the order. Body first, angle second. Similarly, between angle Z and angles XY, Z first, XY second. Then if you have to split between X and Y, for the most part you won't. X comes first and then Y. So it should always be body Z, body X, body Y, angle Z, angle X, angle Y. If you remember that, that's deformer hierarchy in a nutshell. As long as your first deformer is deforming body X, or body Z, then body X, then body Y, then angle Z, then angle X, then angle Y, you Gucci. And the reason it has to be that way is because of how your face is tracked, how that affects what moves, and I had a third thing, but my brain did fart. So essentially, because only your face is being tracked, your body movements are also based on how your face moves. So you need the biggest movements first. The biggest movement is always going to be angle Z. It does a lot of stuff. And then X and Y. Because essentially, the way deformers work is everything that is lower in hierarchy affects the part let me do a think. Hold on. So, okay. My eyeballs, the irises, X and Y, right? I did those on the parts because no matter the movement, I need them to be able to move X and Y, right? So if you have a movement that you need to be applied while another movement is happening, it needs to be low in the hierarchy. So these mouth movements need to be low in the hierarchy because no matter what movement I'm doing, my lips need to move. If I then apply angle X and Y to it, if I were to do the mouth movements above that in a deformer itself, that deformer would be treated as like the big picture thing. So when it goes down to the smaller minutia, the X and the Y, your mouth isn't going to move. because it's not set up in a way that that movement can apply to all of the things above it. Does that make sense? So basically, the smaller movements that need to happen while other things are happening need to be lower in the hierarchy. And when I say hierarchy, body Z and body X, if you take a look at these, this one is sort of tucked into this one. This has a higher hierarchy than body XY. So, this movement while it is happening, everything else under it can also be happening, right? It's just, it is something you need to get a feel for. And I know that sounds like a bull honky, considering all the trouble I just went through trying to explain exactly what I meant. But at the end of the day, the reason why I suggest doing the free version first is because of stuff like this. Because you will mess up the hierarchy at the start. You will get a feel for how it works. Just all that stuff. So, I'm not just talking out my butt saying, oh, you should do the free version because you shouldn't pay people for this program. No, the program totally deserves it. You shouldn't spend a whole bunch of money trying to learn a thing like that you can learn for free and then spend a bunch of money doing the proper way is really what it is. So, that's my hierarchy spiel for now. Body Z, body X, body Y, angle Z, angle X, angle Y. If you're ever confused, just try to keep that in mind. That's the basic hierarchy for deformers. Okay. So, all that being said, now we have to create, if you see, we have to create arm deformers for body X and Y, because they're not on there right now. So we can unlink it. All of the synthesizing corners is already done. So even if we unlink it, the program remembers that those corners have been synthesized, so you don't have to do it again. But now what we'll do is we'll select all of the parts in body Z rotation, or arm L body Z rotation. We'll create a new rotation deformer. Arm L body XY rotation. Hit create. Add it to X and Y. Oops. Don't add it to X and Y yet. I always forget this step. It's okay. Just remember, hold Control to move it. And as you can see, this has already been set because it's like, yeah, you set it for this one. This is a deformer under it. You must want this here. So you don't have to worry about setting that again. That's why you freeze the rotation. So now add it to these parameters. Okay. So that's it set for X and Y. Reset to default values. Well, that's it set for X. Now let's get it set to Y. You can set deformers to a maximum of 3 parameters with the free version, and unlimited parameters with the paid version. However, the more parameters you link it to, the weirder things can get. The more unusual things can become. So I recommend, personally, just make more deformers that are nestled in the proper hierarchy. And that way, you never have to assign anything to more than 2 parameters. Because when you start assigning things to more than 2 parameters, things start getting hinky. Things start doing things that are unexpected unless you really know how this program works. So now we're going to synthesize the corners for this, because reminder, it won't match up properly if you don't. So now that arm is done. Huzzah! Okay. So now we'll do the same thing with the other arm. We'll select all of the parts, create a new deformer, a rotation deformer, arm R, body XY, create, unlink these, add them to body XY. Nope, don't add them to body XY yet. Remember to move it first, using control. Okay, now add it. Make sure you just have one selected. Okay. Body Y. Okay. So just as a reminder, this is what happens if you don't remember to synthesize corners. The arm freaks out. It doesn't know what to do. So go ahead and remember to synthesize your corners, folks. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Neck. We need to do the neck now because it does not look natural. So, what we do, if you look, we did angle Z first. Hold on. My brain's doing a think now. Because I'm wondering, hold on. We're gonna open up this rig that I currently am using. It's gonna be like, oh, you use this with a non-free version. How dare you try to open this? It's okay. Because we're just gonna take a quick peek at hierarchy. Oh, my computer's very unhappy. that I'm trying to do this. See, so the file won't save because it's, so I can't edit it. But we can look at my hierarchy. So, as you can see, I did the same hierarchy here with the arms. I think if 30 deformers are with the max, we might need to shoot our darlings in this raid that we're currently working on. But let me just double check that I didn't accidentally fib to you about hierarchy. I'm looking for the neck specifically, because the neck gets used a lot. Okay, where are you at, Nick? Neck. There we go. Okay. I did fib. I only partially fibbed. Okay, so these deformers are your main deformers essentially. Body Z, body X, body Y. They're your biggest deformers. But for things located on the head specifically, including the neck, it should be angle first, body second. X, the Z first, X then Y still applies. But for things that get added to angle Z, angle X, and angle Y, angle Z, angle X, and angle Y should be first, and then body Z, body X, and body Y should be second. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you like that. So while body Z and body XY should technically be your, like, biggest deformers, angle X, angle Y, and angle Z need to take precedence, because that's what your face is tracking. Does that make sense? I can't believe I just, like, spent all that time trying to explain it to you, and I did a big fib, and I did a big lie. Okay. But as you can see, the neck needs 4 deformers in itself to do it the way I usually do it. So I think if there really is a 30 deformer limit, we might have trouble, folks. Okay. So next we need to do okay. We're gonna wait to do the XY, the body XY for the neck. We're going to move on to the face. The body's fine for now. We're going to move on to the face. You will go back, but this needs to be done first. So, you're probably going to want to remove everything on top of the face. Oops. Just so. I didn't have to hide all of this. I already hid head. But I do have to have the head visible. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Actually, we'll have these as part of the face. Okay, so we're going to start in on angle X and angle Y. We're going to select our blush, our cheek highlights, and our face. And we're going to create a warp deformer, face, angle XY. This is likely going to be the only deformer for the face, so that's good news. We add it to angle XY using 3 parameters. And now we're going to do the long journey to getting the head to turn. This is the most labor-intensive part. Like, physics is fun and honestly doesn't take long at all. This is the part that you're gonna work on and be like, yo, I'm tired as heck. So, yeah, we'll work on this first. We'll do the face, and then we'll do the neck for angle XY, and then we'll do the neck for body XY. So first things first, when the head turns, it doesn't just turn like where it is on the neck, it extends outward. So we're going to select angle X and shift it this way. And then we are going to attempt to imitate what happens when your face turns. So you want to try to not mess with how up or down these are. You just want to try to affect the fake turning motion of the face. And like the body, you move the center over, you move the side that is turning away from us closer, and you move the side that is coming more towards us. You know, farther out. My brain. Okay. There's a weird bubbling going on there. I don't know where that came from. That's okay. We'll just leave it. So that's a pretty good motion, so we're just going to reflect that motion. Okie dokie. And the reason why the highlights and the blush are separate is because I don't even need a deformer for those. I can just like move them on angle X and on angle Y so that it lines up better, but that'll do most of the movement that we need for them. And that way they don't like interfere with the eyes or go too far over or something. Okay, so on angle X, right is always up, and we're going to want to select the deformer, physically lift it up, and then much like the body, just lifting up the center ought to do you pretty good. Although you can adjust if you think it looks strange. And then again with up and down most of the time, just manually doing it will be your friend. Okie dokie. I think that could afford to go up a smidge, actually. And that could afford to come down a smidge. Okay. So now we're going to combine these parameters and synthesize corners. So now, she's looking around at the world around her. Now we're going to do the same thing for the neck, so select the neck. Angle XY. Create. Add it in. Then we're going to make it move with the head. Going to reflect that motion. There we go. And same thing with angle Y. You can see why hierarchies might be important for something like the neck, where if you get it wrong, it's going off in directions you weren't expecting. I actually think I could afford to move the Sorry, I was concentrating. I think I can actually afford to move the head more, but let's synthesize these corners. Go back to the face angle. And let's move this back down the wee bit so she's not a giraffe. She's just looking up. And then now. Okay. And remember to resynthesize your corners. You've made a change. And you can manually edit these corners. So if it comes out a little weird, like if you look here, it's clipping into the shirt a bit, you can just manually edit them so they don't look weird. There we go. Okay. And now we can do the neck or body's ease fine. But, and let me turn on all of these facial features again for a hot second so I can get an idea of how it'll look. Did I not turn on the mouth? I did not. with this, we're going to add a deformer under it. It thinks we're adding it to this part. Technically we are. Actually what we'll do is we'll select all of the parts that currently aren't under another deformer. Head, angle, body, XY, rotation. Create, and then we will add this, 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 and this to that new deformer that we just made. And now, control click to move this where it needs to be. We're going to add it to XY. And then make it so that when the body turns this way, whoops, Control Z. Ooh, gonna have to do it a bunch. Okay. We have to not add the neck to this. Neck has to be body XY. We move it over. That's right. So we'll just eyeball it and move it over about an equal amount. Might be a bit much. Okay. And then with X and Y, we will okay. And then synthesize those corners. And now we will add body XY to the neck. I misnamed this. I misnamed a bunch of these. Okay. Now, unlink those. I really am going to be sad if there's a maximum of deformers. Okay. Okay. Same goes for the other side. Okie dokie, artichoke. Now for body Y. Looking up. Good down. Okay, and synthesize these corners. Okie dokie. So, as you can see, the neck looks, it's like, what? Why is this happening? But there is a useful tool we can do to look at what it will more accurately look like. So if we go up here to modeling and click open physics/scene blending settings, this will be the window where we look at the physics, how to do the physics. It looks like there's nothing in here, but if you just zoom out and zoom back in, she shows up. I don't know why it does that. So, wherever you put your mouse in this window, again, her face is not attached yet, but you can see the head moving, and you can see what the angle X and angle Y and angle body X and angle body Y look like together. And here, I mean, if you ignore the fact that her face is floating off of her, it looks pretty good. You can also rotate her slightly and then check, and yep, neck is in all the right places even when she's rotated. So, all good. Okay. So, let's save. And now we're going to resume working on the face. So we're gonna get rid of the stuff we're not working on yet, like what? Front of the hair? Wow. Eyes. Mouth. We're gonna work on the nose next. The nose is a very important part of the face that I feel like people forget about. If your nose isn't placed correctly, you're not going to have anything else placed correctly. It's the center of the face. So, everybody take care of your friend, the nose. Add it to angle XY, and then do the dang thing. Remember not to just move it over, but adjust it so it looks three-dimensional. You might want to step back a bit and see if the movement looks natural. If everything looks like it's traveling the same distance. The nose looks like it needs to travel a little further to me in order to be traveling the appropriate distance. Now it's a little glidey, so that means it's gone too far. So I'll bring it back just slightly. Okay, they look like they're traveling the same distance, so it's Gucci. You can reflect that motion, baby. Now for angle Y. Ooh. Actually. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna refill my cup. You know, just normal, been streaming a while stuff. I should be no longer than 5 minutes. So just, you know, use this as a reminder to take a break yourself, relax, drink some water, keep hydrated, use a, I mean, all that good stuff. I'll see you in a second. Okie dokie. Hope everybody had a good break. Um, I am refreshed. I am refueled. I am a deer now. And we can start back up. Okie dokie. I'm actually gonna move myself over a bit. There we go. Okay, so where were we before the pee break? Ah, angle Y of the nose. Angle Y is always what I feel like I struggle with the most. It's definitely my least favorite thing to work on. Just because I feel like I'm not very good at it. You know what they say about practice. It sucks. Maybe you can go a little higher. A little floaty, but we'll see. If it feels floaty, like that means you've pushed it too far, and it looks sluggish, it means you need to push it farther. Oh, that should be a smooshed because of how 3 dimensions work. In fact, this highlight should be smooshed because of how I think I flared it too much. It looks like her nose got significantly bigger. So the mouth that we worked on today is going to look much more like this model than the other model I was using because specifically I made her a little less smiley. You know, just to give her a different look. So we'll see. Okie dokie. Don't forget to synthesize your corners or weep forever. Okay. So that should be the nose done. Nothing else to do with it. Okay. Next. The mouth. So with the mouth, we're just gonna take all of those individual parts and put them together in the same deformer. Because there's no reason to, it's all one part, essentially. Um, the only reason you separate it out is so you can do the lip sync. Sure is a long way to go. I just realized, can I flip this? Is that possible? I can. So maybe I could actually be looking at my thing. Okay. Let me. There we go. No, I'm actually. It's sad that it took me that long to do that, huh? Okay, well. Okay. So, get the mouth about right. Remember that it'll move over a bit when we do this. I did send it too far over, so let's bring it back. Ah, yeah, baby. Excelente. Again, angle-wise, my worst. So we want this to tilt up, but we also want it to look like we're sort of peeking at the upper lip and that the lower lip has become thinner, you know? Because that's what would happen if you, like, look up. A good way to do this might be, like, look at the mirror, look at reference. I don't do that. But if you find you're having trouble, it might not be a bad idea. Honestly, now that I realize it's potentially a thing I could do, I might do it for the up angles, because, hoo boy, it's rough. Okay. My pop is nice and cold now. Okay, I think this could go up a smidge. I guess that looks fine. Okay. So now down. For the most part, unless you're like a really energetic person, up and down is not going to be used a lot compared to this way, this way. You know? I mean, down maybe more if you do things on your computer. My tablet sort of sits on my desk on a monitor arm so I can lift it up out of the way when I don't need it. But I might have to lift that up a little bit. A good thing to keep in mind, because it can get very discouraging sometimes when you feel like you're not doing a good job. And this is just in general, not like specifically with this program, just like in general. If you feel like you're not doing something good, remember that like it's just one part of that whole picture, baby, you know what I'm saying? And especially with this program, like tiny little things you're unhappy with aren't gonna be that obvious. The motion really does a good job of being your friend. So, also something important to keep in mind, you're not necessarily looking at all the parts at the same time. So yeah, she looks weird as heck right now, but she's not got eyes or hair. So, keep that in mind. That is pretty good. Um, yeah, eyes next. The eyes have it. Okay. So, grab all the parts of one eyeball. Hmm. Here's the thing. Generally, I wouldn't, but I'm feeling like I could get away with it. So I'm gonna try it and see how it turns out. If it turns out poorly, do I have the, no, I don't have the brows on any deformers. Hoo hoo hoo. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can get away with clumping the brows into the eye deformers. Um, Sometimes it looks funky as heck. Um, but let's hope for the best, shall we? Um, Angle, X, Y. Okay. We're gonna hide the other eyeball for now, because it'll just make placing more difficult. We'll hide the other eyebrow as well. That looks pretty funky, huh? Okay. So, um, the way you do eyes is when they're far away from you, you have to squish them all together. And when they're close to you, you have to pull them all apart. There's slight squishing and pulling in the thing itself, but for the most part, you're going to be squishing or pulling. Okay, so, example. We'll shift the eyeball to about where it needs to be. And we will move it over slightly like this. But mostly we're going to be doing a big squish. So usually here we'd pull this part out, but because the eye is far away from us, we still have to do squishing. This is what I mean. So we still managed to get that three-dimensional she's looking over here now look because we moved the center axis. But again, it has to be smaller because it's farther away from us. We'll see if I squished it enough for it to appear. Doesn't look too bad. We'll see how the other side looks. Now we have to do a big stretch. So we'll move it over first. Okay, let's see how that looks. Not bad. So now we just have to do the same for the other eye. This is where people, like I said, start getting fancy with how to copy and paste a flipped version onto another thing. But again, to me, the less mechanically perfect it is, the more natural it appears. Okay. Now I got to do, why? Literally, why? This one's a little harder to suss out. Gotta be honest. Takes a hot second for your brain to go, yeah, this makes sense. You know? Okay. This part goes up. This part has to squish. This part also has to squish. And I think the inside has to go up farther and the outside has to come down a bit, is what it is. I think. It's a little drifty. Let me move it down some and see if that helps. I think maybe if I do this. It's not bad. I guess. Okay. That might be the best upward facing eye I've ever done. It's not intuitive for me. I actually think it could still come down a touch, just so the shadows and highlights sort of match. Yeah. Okay. So, this has to peak downward. But maybe this remains up a little bit. Like this. Uh, I don't know, man. That's actually better. I will accept this. Um, okay, so link and synthesize. This is where it starts looking. Okay. I promise. All of my rigs look like weird like this in this program. But when you import them into V2 Studio, they look like this. Like, not weirdly distorted for the most part. So, again, if it looks weird and you're like, I'm not happy with it, it could still be fine. If you import it into VTube Studio and still hate it, then you have a problem. Okay. So we can start it on the other eye. And eyebrow. Turn them on so we can actually see them. Okay. Yep, I forgot to actually create a parameter. A parameter deformer. Look. Okay. XY? Not just angle XY. Oh my god. My brain. IR angle XY. Okay. So, I'm going to do the squish die first because I think I did a good job with that. So, let's move that back. I think significant squishing must still be completed. If the eyes look like they're looking at the same thing, you Gucci. If not, you need the work. Let's see what the other side looks like. It is more squished, okay. Yeah. Just a bit more squishing on this side. That should be good. think it needs to be pulled over a little bit. That's good on the left and right eye department, I think. Okie dokie, artichoke. Something that's important to note. I would suggest trying to start with a rig that is mostly symmetrical. Rigs that aren't are much harder because you have to figure out the angles basically all by yourself. Let me pull up an example. So I don't like how this rig came out, but I'm going to use it as an example anyway. This one. She's not great. Is a nice way to put it. I don't think she came out good at all. Her booba shaped pretty nice, but that's about it. The lips look bad. The angles look strange. It's something to try several times if necessary, but maybe don't start with something not symmetrical. It doesn't turn out good. Hi. I am back. Okay. So, that was just something I thought of. Don't make your life more complicated than you got to on your first try. It's called a first try for a reason. Right. Okay. This is always the eyes for X and Y. Drive me freaking bonkers. So I think this is a little high. Actually, having OBS, the open broadcast software, for those who don't know, having OBS open, the thing I'm streaming with, I can glance at this other screen and see from a distance what it looks like. And it's actually quite helpful, honestly. Would recommend. Honestly, I should have it open even if I'm not streaming. It's extremely useful, especially since I can't get up and move so much as normal people. It's pretty good. Okay. I2. Not I2. Angle 2. I do plan on trying another 3/4 view. In fact, it is my next plan. I'm doing it based off of a God, okay. You guys already know I'm a big nerd. All my videos are about art in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. You already know. I'm doing it based off of my modded Warden from Dragon Age Origins. Because it couldn't just be my Warden, it had to be a Warden that I modded to get, like, unique hairstyles and looks and textures that weren't horrible and lighting that wasn't. Honestly, I love Dragon Age. Origins, it looks like a potato when you go back to it. Like, when I first played it, like, when it first came out, I was like, oh my god. Like, look at this persistent blood system, it's so cool, and all of these things. Even then, I was like, why is everybody's teeth yellow? Why have you done this? But, like, I was like, oh, this looks so freaking good. Keeping in mind, I grew up with mostly. Oh! My computer freaked out. Is the stream okay? Are you guys still there? Stream is healthy. Okay, it was my computer. I was like, this looks so freaking good. But keep in mind, I grew up with mostly, sprites. Mostly sprites. Played a lot on my PlayStation 2 and my Game Boy Color, and that was almost exclusively it. I had a Sega Genesis at one point, but it got ruined. This doesn't look quite right. That's because I stretched it out on the other one on purpose. And I forgot to do that here. Let's see. That's looking better. Again, you can tell it isn't symmetrical, but I don't care. Do you care? Okay. Synthesize corners. Synthesize corners? Okay. The program's freaking out a bit. I don't need this anymore. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to save. I'm going to close it. And I'm gonna open it again. This happens. Life happens. And this is why we save often. Okay. Gave it a break. I'm gonna open it back up and see how we're doing. Start as free version, thank you. Open recent file. Let's hope. Let's pray. If you pray. Okay. It seems to have opened. It seems open. So, we'll say things are as they should be. Which eye was it? It was this eye. We have to synthesize the corners still. Yep. Sometimes you just gotta give it a break. It's been thinking for a while. Refreshing. Okay. Now what? Hold on, my brain's doing a thing. Next would be hair. So I think we'll treat all this as one unit again. For this. Create a new deformer, hair back. Angle XY. Create. Okay. So, because this is in the back, it's going to move almost exactly opposite to the other stuff. So instead of going over, it has to come back, right? So it has to go this way when the head is turning this way. This center point can still be moved. But it does need to come back some in order for it to look like, well, she's got stuff in her skull, like she's not made of paper. It's okay if her little weird nubbin of a head pokes out. We have hair that covers that. Just try to focus on getting a three-dimensional shape. Okay. Pretty good. We're just gonna reflect that motion and save us a heaping helping trouble. Not bad. Okay. Save. And we will do the same for angle Y. Whoops. Almost moved angle Z. You can shift these around. With brow X and Y, I might recommend it, but we're not using brow X, so not really necessary. And I'd recommend it so you can link them and synthesize the corners, right? Okay. I'm getting more scatterbrained. Okay. So here, the back of the hair has to come down, and the top sort of has to flatten out, right? Because when you lift your head up, that's sort of what happens. We'll move this up. See how that looks? I think this needs to come in some. Not too much, but some. To give the illusion that it's going backward. And I think that looks good. And now this actually needs to come up even more. This needs to go down like this. I think that looks okay. Okay. So combine them, synthesize corners. We'll see how that looks. We might have to adjust that. Actually, let's just go ahead and adjust that. Just slightly. Since it's one of the things that isn't gonna even get seen. The head. We'll squish the forehead. Okay, we'll see how that looks. Okay, next. Okay. So, the way creating deformers works, because we've already separated these out into separate deformers, you can't really add them all to the same deformer anymore. Not like we would have to nest it over the angle Z stuff. And remember, angle XY has to come after angle Z. So we can't do that. So, we can just create the 3 separate deformers. Hope we don't run out of deformers. This is hair side L. But you can see why labeling them is so important, because not angle Z, my brain. Because if you remember that XY has to come after Z, then labeling things angle Z, angle XY makes your job a lot easier. Okay. We're gonna remove the bangs and strands for a second so I can see. So I can see what is happening. Okay, so this has to be, like the eyes, compressed. We will have to do some adjustments, because this hair technically needs to attach to this back here. So, like that. So maybe we'll adjust that back part. Okay. It doesn't actually look horrible, but it doesn't look right. Especially how it's stretching upward like that. Okay. Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do is go back to this. And we're going to pull it out. Sometimes things can't be perfectly symmetrical, and that's fine. Because again, say it with me now, perfect symmetry is unnatural. So we'll synthesize these corners, but we'll have to fix them again. But we'll do that after we do this. There we go. I've done this before. I've forgotten to add, like, good coloring to the back of the hair where it might show. Like a big dingus. It's also important to keep in mind your head is almost never going to turn to the full maximum that you input in this program. Just, it's the way VTube Studio works. Part of it's smoothing, I think. I don't actually know. Could be talking right out of my butt. I might just have to do the hair back again. I don't like it. But we will cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll finish all of the front hair first. So this has to do the opposite of what we did. This has to go up. Because the head is a ball. And that is how three-dimensionality works. That doesn't look too bad. Ooh. Let's actually undo that. I liked it better before. That's cute. Okay. That's pretty cute. Yeah, the up and down here is like way better than the left and right. That's life. that looks bonkers. Okay. Okie dokie artichoke. Um, Other side now. I will mention, no program that I've tried seems to like that I wear glasses. It it makes it look like my eyes are closed when they're not. Um, I think that that's just a glasses thing though. Like when I tilt my head, it's like, oh, your eyes are closed. Nope, just glasses. Hair, side, R, angle, XY. That actually looks a lot better than the other side. Dang it, this is a bigger chunk of hair to work with. Yeah, I definitely have to fix the back of the head. I did a bad job. I mean, the up and down of the back of the head actually looks great. That can actually come back. Okay, well, we'll fix the back of the head to fix that problem. Whoopsie poopsie. Well, I just oh, if you hit Control D, it deselects things. Okie dokie. Honestly, if I knew how other people did hair, I might do hair differently. You know, I don't feel like I necessarily do a good job with it. Let's see, bangs. Okay. With this one, I might keep the top of this there, maybe a little bit, just to see. So the bangs sort of like cup around the head, you know? I'll move it over a little bit. I don't like how you can sort of see that slide, slide in to the bangs. So I might push these past it and see how that looks. I might just have to extend it farther then. See how that looks. No dice. Might just have to slide into her hair's DMs. Cute as heck. Okay. Cute as heck. Okay. Now let me fix this back. The the back. Please, let me fix it. Whoopsie. Okay. Let's synthesize these corners and then fix up any errors. Not bad. Okay. So, next we have the butterfly clip. And that should be everything for angle X and Y. So, there you are, butterfly clip. Okay. So, I think we can just make this one deformer. Might have to make it two. Depends. Actually, that seems like it might be fine. Okay, so this angle might look a little weirder. Yeah, I mean, not bad. Okay, just up and down. Okay. This might look this might look really weird. Kind of have to curve it around her head, if you know what I mean. Not bad. I think her one wing is still a little strange. I think that's about as good as that's gonna get. And it's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, that's it, I think. Okay, synthesize corners. Okay. I think those are all the angles. Okay. Not bad. Um, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. So there is a limit on deformers. I'm about to find out. So the most important ones will be the hair and the clip, because it's sorta, the clip is sorta what I base this whole thing on. I really wanted to do a butterfly clip, and that's gonna require 2 deformers. So we will see if we can do the hair in 3. I have faith. Kind of. Um, I would usually have a deformer for every single piece, but we will learn to make do. And honestly, but we'll see. Okay. Now that we've done the face, we can do the cheeks though. Ah, heck. I still have to do the breathing. Okay. We might be hecked in terms of how many deformers we have. We'll see. Okay. So cheek first. Let's do the cheek. That's fun. Cheek doesn't need a deformer. Where it at? Here it is. Face blush. Okay. So what we will do is select your face blush, your cute little cheekies, and we're gonna apply it to the cheek parameter. And we're gonna use two keyforms just so it's a toggle on or off, essentially. And we want it default to be off. The way that VTube Studio handles the blushing is it gets stronger the more you smile. See? So that's what we're setting it up for. So default should be off. So if we go up here, you can see that the blend mode is already multiply. It imported that from Photoshop. You only have additive and multiply. But we're going to change the opacity value. Make sure you're on the default and turn the opacity all the way down. So when the cheek deformer, or not cheek deformer, when the cheek parameter is at 0, no blush. And when she gets happy, a blush. Very cute. Not even a deformer needed. Okay. I'm doing a think. I'm doing a big think. Okay. Well, I really want this butterfly clip done. So, we'll do breath. I think we're gonna need 3 deformers for breath is the problem. Breath needs to be pretty low in the deformer hierarchy because we need it to happen when everything else is happening. So having it be its own deformer is pretty good. Okay, well, actually, here's the thing. If we get rid of these rotations and just add the arms back into XY, we might be in better shape in terms of deformers. That would free up 4. But we'll see if we even run out. We'll just pretend there isn't a problem. So we're gonna turn this shirt into a deformer. We're gonna do shirt, breath, create. And breath, like cheek, is a toggle. Basically the program will just slowly travel between the 2 toggles in a steady rhythm. Like this rig is currently doing. If you keep it. And we'll see about the deformer thing. Okay. So 0 is exhale. 1 is inhale. So we want to toggle it over all the way to the right, and then just do a breath. Like up. Not too up and out. Pause to see how it looks. That looks funky. This goes out too far. Okay, so it's deformer 1. Okay. I'm sure somebody actually much smarter with deformers can figure out how to get the least amount in here. I'm not interested in that for the most part. I'm usually interested in how well they work together. Okay. We're gonna do the neck next. Add it to our parameter. Okay, how does that look? Pretty good. Okay. So now we need another head rotation. So we will, is there anything in head rotation that doesn't have its own deformer? No. Okay. So we will just head breath. Create. So this needs to actually be here. So this will have to be re-put onto angle Z, and then head breath rotation will need to be put under XY. And this and everything needs to be beholden to this new, no, not there, breath. Okay, so that should have done it. Yes. Okay. So control click, drag this down to where it belongs. And breath. Add it. And then all that hullabaloo was for that. Here's the thing. With hair, there were body XY. No, body Z. Rotation I was going to add. There's a lot of parameters, not parameters, deformers, usually. And I hope there's no limit. We're about to find out pretty soon. Because I have to do the arms now. Because that's all we need this parameter for. Bumping it up when the breath happens. I guess smoke them while we got them. Ours can come out a little bit. Okay. Moment of truth. Unless I counted wrong. That's a possibility. It might say no. Here we go. Okay. All that worrying might have just been for nothing. Honestly, I hope it is. I hope I was just being a big, silly bean. Pop that arm out a little. That's pretty cute. I guess I can make the shirt move a little bit more with the breath. Because the bottom not moving at all looks a little strange. But mostly, I think. We'll see how that looks. I'll have to raise the edges too. Yeah, that's cute. Okay. So, now with the hair, we will remember what we did for angle Z, where we made it so when the head tilts, the hair tilts to point to the ground. We have to do that again in body Z. So, we are going to make deformers to do that. Fly, get out of my face. Why are you here? Okay, here's the hair. So that is what we will do next. Things. Body. Z. Create. Link it to the body Z parameter. And now, shift it so it points to the ground. Okay, and do it for the other side. Whoops. I just added it to this parameter. I forgot to create a new deformer. Okay. Hair, side, R. body Z. Okay. And this will make it so when both rotations are happening, like here, the hair will point where it needs to point. Because if you don't do body Z, keep in mind that all of the body parameters are controlled by the head movement. So it'll basically, you'd have to overcorrect in your angle Z thing, which wouldn't look as good. Okay, so that was that. And now this one. Hair, side, L, not angle, body Z, create, and now add it to the parameter. Whoopsie. There we go. And this isn't hair physics yet. This isn't the wiggle. This is just so when it wiggles, it looks right. Okay. Hair back. So this time I'm actually going to separate out the little cowlick. No, I didn't for the other one. Okay. Hair back, body, Z, create. Okay. Not bad. Okay. Oh, and don't worry if anything like peeks off the canvas. It literally doesn't matter. Okay. So, we're not ready for physics yet because there's still a couple of things I'd like to think about. While we have everything here, all of these parameters filled in, I'm wondering if I should add the legs to the body X and the body Y. For funsies. Also, so, it's not just the upper body moving, you know? Not adding it to the parameter, but doing a separate deformer for basically each leg and adding that to body XY. I think body Z is fine as is. But body XY might be... Okay, we'll try it. Okay, so we'll create this. This is leg R, leg R, body XY. Create. Okay. Add it up. So definitely X and Y. I'm not even gonna deform it. I'm just gonna stretch it up a little bit. Well, I'm gonna deform it a little bit so that it remains standing on the floor where it started. Actually, we'll do it the manual way, because that way I'll never have to touch this part. That way she kind of looks like she's standing up in her shoes. You know what? We'll see how that looks. Pretty cute. We'll see how that looks compared to the stationary leg. So reset everything. I mean, I think it looks better than the stationary leg. So, yes. Now I have to figure out what X and Y might look like. Maybe turn each leg individually? Just a little bit. We'll see how it looks. Oops. So it would be bigger like this. I don't like how it glides, you know? So I actually think, here's a handy tool you haven't gotten to see yet. I actually think I'm just going to do the legs on body Y. And if you go up to this button, it's delete all keyforms. It's not for the whole thing. It's just for the object you have selected. So if I do this, you'll see there's still dots there. That's because everything else is still there. Although I guess, hold on, let me undo. Actually, let me undo my undo and just redo it. Okay. And instead, I'm going to see about this. I think that actually looks not bad. So we will attempt it. I think it needs to be less severe, more subtle. Yeah. Okay. So we will go ahead, link those, synthesize corners. Yes, please. Yeah. Okay. Same for the other leg. Leg, L, body, XY. We'll do Y first. Pretty good? Okay. Pretty good. Okay. Now, X. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Um, let's check the physics. I mean, not the physics. So you'll also notice that when you open up this window, she actually breathes and does all of this stuff. I mean, here's a fun thing. You can hit playback and it'll just do a bunch of random stuff and you can see how it might look. See if you got things right with how it should move. Again, some of the angles are going to look ridiculous. It looked just about as ridiculous for this one, and as you can see, doesn't look crazy. So it's just one of those things that you sort of have to get a feel for. You just push it as far as it'll go, essentially, and then just hope. Um, so we're getting pretty close. We have the physics to do yet. And with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and, oops, sorry. I'm going to go ahead and take another break though. So again, remember to hydrate, use the bathroom if you need to, and I will return shortly. Okie dokie. we are back. So, what we are going to work on now is the physics. And, the physics are the part where you get to add fun floofs. It's definitely the part people will notice the most about your rig. There's two ways to do it. We're going to mostly be working with the simple method because the simple method is great to start with, for one thing, and works really well for short hair. But for like longer hair and long clothes, the less simple method is better. And we will try, emphasis on try, to do both. We have 18 parameters, and with the hair, the butterfly clip, the shirt, and the shoelaces. The shoelaces we might have to skip. But we should be able to do all of this. Hold on. I'm gonna pull out my calculator right quick. So let's see. If the hair is 3 parts, 3 times 2 is 6. The clip is 2, so plus 2. The shirt is 4, because it's complicated, so plus 4. So if we skip the shoelaces, yeah, I might link the shoelaces to one of the hair parameters. Actually, that wouldn't work. It would have to be with the shirt parameters. You know what? That's what I'll do. I'll link the shoelaces with the shirt parameters. Okay. So that should give us exactly 30 parameters, which I do know is our limit. So, let's go over to our other screen and begin the long process. So, let's do the clip first because it is small and easy to see. Oh, hello, my sweet. My cat has decided to bless us this day on the stream. How are you, my sweet? Huh? Not feeling very good? Poor baby. I have to give you your nausea medicine. Huh. Poor baby has a lot of health issues. Nausea, occasional nausea from her bad kidneys being one of them. Huh. Oh, you could tell you don't feel good today, my sweet, huh? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You want to stay here with me? Huh? You want to stay here with me? Maybe do some streaming? What do you think? Okay. We're gonna have to do this one-handed now, which means I don't have a hand on the keyboard. So, we'll do our best. But she seems so sad. I don't want to kick her off. So she's staying here. Huh. Oh, baby. She's very small, so she won't intrude. So, we're gonna do the clip. So, in order to do that, we need to create new parameters. And these new parameters are going to be relatively simple. We're not going to use the standard parameter list. I mostly linked that So if you accidentally delete one of the parameters that's already here, you don't feel bad. You know how to get it back. So if we click new parameter down here, so see it tells you how many parameters you can have max, but we've worked it out. We're going to have exactly 30. So this parameter, we're going to be using the same system that the program itself uses. We're going to have x's and y's. So this is going to be clip y. You don't have to mess with the parameter ID. We're not inputting a specific parameter ID. If you had accidentally deleted something and you wanted to get it back, you would go to your standard parameter ID list. Where is that? It's here. You would go to your standard parameter list, copy this, and then paste it into here. But since we're just creating a new parameter, we don't need to. Next thing we're going to do is we don't want the ranges to be 30. We want the minimum range to be -1, the default to be 0, and the maximum range to be 1. Oops, sorry, I have to, oh, fun fact, yeah, sometimes your rig freaks if you lean out of camera too much, in order to, say, avoid accidentally bonking the poor sickly cat in your lap. Oh, my sweet baby. Okay. I meant to name this clip X. I'm a little distracted. And we're gonna hit OK. So then we're just gonna do the same thing again, but instead of clip X, this is going to be clip Y. We're just gonna hit that again. So clip Y, parameter 2, we're not gonna mess with that, because that's fine by us. But remember to change the ranges. You'll know if you mess up, because like, if you don't change this range, or if you accidentally put 301, like I have sometimes done, instead of deleting the 30, the dot will be like way over here. So you can just right click and hit edit parameter. So now that we have our clip X and our clip Y, we need to create our deformers that we're going to assign to that. So we're going to do the wings individually. From here on out, like every piece of hair is going to be on an individual deformer. So that's why they're all separated, specifically for the physics. Everything else up until this point, you can combine them in various ways. But we're not going to do that. We're just going to go for it. Okay, so wing L, we are going to call wing, L, wiggle, XY. We just need one deformer for both X and Y. Create. Oh, my sweet. Ah, world's cutest baby. I'm so sorry you don't feel good. Okay, so again, I don't have access to both of my hands right now, so add it to this one, and then click on this one and add it to this one. Okay, so when the head moves to the right, we want this clip to bounce. So now we have to think about how to make that happen. Maybe I should have started with the hair, so you would get a good understanding of like what a standard operating procedure for physics is. I've never done a butterfly clip before, so I'm figuring this out the same time you are. Okay. What we will do is we will okay, if this were a hair, this is what you would do. Let me put it this way. This would be the bottom of the hair. You would swing it in this direction, like this. However, that's not what we're trying to do. Oh, I don't have access to Control Z. Poor Pearl. My poor baby. Okay. So, what we're going to do instead is probably it would more likely be pushed this way from the movement of the head. And then we will just snap those back into place where they belong. Oh, are you leaving, Pearl? Or are you readjusting? Huh? What are you doing? You're sure a cutie pie. Yeah. Yeah, you. Okay. So, I think that looks fine. And then we'll extend it out the other way. Okay. And now, for up, since we can't move it completely up off the clip, it'll be, oh, wait. Okay. So, if the head is looking up, the wing is in the front of the head, so it will be forced down and out. So that is what we will do. I think it would be down and out. Yeah, that's down and out. Pearl has left. Poor baby. So, down and out we shall do. With physics, sometimes it's just going to be trial and error. You're going to have to hope for the best. Wow. That seems right. And then the head looks down, it will be forced up and in. Okay, and like everything else, we're going to synthesize these corners. And before we go adding the other wing to the clip, just so I can get an understanding of how it's going to look, so I don't accidentally mess up the other one too if I've done this one incorrectly. I'm going to go ahead and open up the modeling, open physics/scene blending settings to pull up this menu. So right now we've been looking at it like this. We're gonna go over here now. Group is what we are going to add? We are going to add a group called clip X. You click add, or clip X. We're not going to input a preset or a physics model preset. Leave those blank. So, input settings. These are the settings that will tell the program that this thing is moving and needs to move. So, we are going to click add, and because the clip is on the head, we are going to add angle X. And because there's side-to-side movement, we're going to add angle Z. And hit OK. So now, in order to get these to work, see where it says effective? We need to turn that all the way up to 100. Otherwise, nothing will work. Okay. So, next, we will be using a preset for the physics model settings. We might change it, but down here are going to be the settings that tell you how much bounce, how big bounce, how long bounce goes on, right? So, here are all of the presets. Not all of the presets. I accidentally deleted bust small. It's almost the same as bust big, you just change the duration, I think. It's fine. Even when I do small bust, I do maximum jiggle, because why not? So, I think what we are going to do is try clothes heavy, hit import, and then that's there. However, we haven't yet told the program which motion it's supposed to make when these things move. So, we're going to tell it, hey, over here we go to output settings, hit add, and then hit clip X. These are the movements I want you to make when angle X and Y move. Hit OK. So now, if we go over to this window, you can see it moves X and Y, or just X, left and right. So now we need to add clip Y, hit OK, and then go back to input settings, hit add, and this time you're just adding angle Y. Hit OK. Make sure you pump up the number under effective to 100. Import your preset for movement, and then add clip Y under output settings. So now if we look, the clip is doing a bounce. The part of the clip that we animated anyway. Personally, I don't think it has enough bounce. So we're going to try close light, hit import, go back to clip Y, import close light there as well. See how that looks. I like that even less. So let's try hair long, import, clip Y, import hair long. I like the amount of shaking, but I don't like how long it takes it to shake. So, what I'm going to do is under both clip Y and clip X, here under duration, I'm going to turn the duration down to 5. And the duration, like it says, will make the same amount of shaking and reaction happen, but in a less amount of time. So I like I like that. So I might just use that. So now all I have to do is create the second deformer for the second wing. So wing, this is R, and then wiggle, XY, create, and then we're going to add it to clip, and then do what we did here. So this one will expand outwards. Make sure it still connects at the clip. Okay, and now this one has to go inwards. Okay, let's see. That looks pretty cute to me. I think maybe adjust this so it's on there better. Let's see. That looks better. Okay. So now, instead of the opposite, since it's going up, we just do the same. Because they're both moving in the same direction. Well, I mean, they're both moving in the same direction, but it's one of those things. So that's it going up, and now going down. Okay. And now we don't have to do all that stuff in the model, in the physics engine thing anymore. It's already done. We've already set it to do all of these things when it's added to a parameter that the settings control. So, ta-da! Wings a flappy. Pretty heckin' cute, if I do say so myself. And I do. The flapping. The flapping. Oh boy. I'm never gonna get tired of that. Oh, I don't think I synthesized the corners. That explained why it looked so strange. Okay. Just to make sure, I'm going to synthesize the corners for both of these. That's something you have to remember to do. Don't forget it. Okay. So now let's make sure that the clips, the little springs, remain at least attached to the bug body. They sure do. Okay, so now let's open them up. See how it does. Oh, even better! Oh! Very good. So, this is this is mostly what we're going to be doing from now on. Creating new parameters, filling those parameters with deformers, and then adjusting the physics in the little physics window. This is my favorite part. Is when the model really starts feeling special, you know? Okay, I'll stop. Okay. So now, to show you how to do one for a body, and to get it, well, no, let's do the hair first because that's more simple. The body is going to take 4 parameters, and you will learn why. If you watch Kiro Mori's hair tutorial, you already know why. But we will be doing it after we do all of these other ones. So now we have to do the hair. We're going to do three different basically physics settings for the hair based on their length and position. So it's important that it's going to be 6 parameters. I think doing it in 3 makes sense. Unless I'm thinking about these strands wrong. I could be thinking about these strands wrong. What I could do instead... You know what? Okay, yeah. We'll do this instead. It'll be 4 parameters. The shoelaces can have their own parameters. And I'll show you what setup we're doing instead. I don't think the strands can be their own separate physics just because of where they are on each of these individual things. So we're going to split the hair into 2 groups. We are going to do the longer hair, so the sides and the back, and we're going to do the shorter hair, so the bangs. So let's do the longer hair first. So we'll just call this one hair because we'll call the other one bangs. So hair, X, parameters, -1 and 1, okay. Hair Y, minimum 1, maximum 1, okay. And now, we'll start with the front and then do the back. So the front, we're going to do the X and the Y opposite. I think maybe even the Y. Yeah, the X and the Y are going to be opposite of what we did for the butterfly clip. So, I'll show you what I mean. We're going to create your physics should be low in your deformer hierarchy. They should be, the only thing lower should be the mouth and the eyes where you actually, like, work on the parts. You know, where you don't even do, like, a warp deformer. They should be the lowest deformer because they have to perform their actions no matter what's going on with the head. So we will do hair side L, wiggle, XY, create. We'll add them to both of these. So, with the clip, when the head turns this way, we made it so the wind would push the pieces back this way, right? When the head went what is screen right, our left, the clip pieces went screen left, our right. But we're going to do it so when this goes screen, okay, this screen left, our right stuff is confusing me. I'll just show you. So here with the hair, we are going to click X. This deformer is including both the strands and the hair side, by the way. We will do a separate deformer for the strands and then add it into this same parameter set and see how that looks. So, here we shift the hair so it goes in a swinging motion. You won't do this swinging motion for the kind of physics that involves 4 parameters, but for 2, you do the swinging motion, and it'll become more apparent later on as to why. So here we swing it out toward the direction of movement, and here we swing it, well, we can actually just go back over here and reflect the motion. Make sure to reflect it horizontally and see how that looks. Looks great. Okay. And now, hair Y. So, with hair Y, here the head will be moving up. So what we want to do is we want to move the hair inward and have it narrow. So when she moves her head up, it sort of puckers in on the side of her face, right? And here, we're going to do the exact opposite. When her head moves down, her hair is going to extend outwards and compact. Okay, let me see how the X movement looks. I am going to change it just a little bit. And then same this way. Okay. And now what we're going to do is synthesize the corners as per usual. And now the strands that were in this deformer we just did, we're going to put in its own deformer. So strands, L, wiggle, XY, create. And we're going to add them to this. And we are going to add just that little extra tinge of movement in the hair by further moving these strands, and the rest of the hair moves. If this looks bad, we can always just delete this deformer and pretend the separate strands never existed. Okay, so now this way. Okay. Now for Y, these will curl even further inward and stretch even further outward. And these will extend even further outward and compress even further upward. Okay, so let's synthesize those corners. And now we'll open the physics engine. Oh, let's save first, actually. And now we'll open the physics engine and start getting these physics settings the way we want them. So we'll add a new group, hair X. Okay. The input will be angle X and angle Z. Okay. Effective 100%. Import long hair. You'll see why. Well, no need to tell you. Short hair doesn't... It's too short for the duration, in my opinion. So I usually just do the long hair setting and then shorten the duration for a little bit. But we'll see how this looks first. Okay. Nope, I didn't do the output settings first. Okay. Output, hair X. Okay. Now we add a new group, hair Y. Hair Y. Okay. Input settings. Add angle Y because hair is on the head. Output settings. Add hair Y. Okay. So now we can see what it looks like. I do think it takes too long. I like the amount of bounce. I don't like the amount of time the bounce takes. So we're going to reduce it to 12 on both of them. And see if I like that better. We might reduce it even further. I think it's still a little too long for the length. So, yeah. So let's reduce the duration to 10 for both of them and see how that looks. I think that's pretty cute. Okay. So that's what we'll do the rest of this long hair on. Yeah, the long hair. Okay. So that means the other sides we're going to add. So strands are wiggle XY, create. Add it to parameter XY. And then rinse and repeat. So this will go in the same direction. Reflect motion horizontally. And now we'll do individual adjustments. Still feel very silly for not giving her ears. Yeah, okay. So now hair Y, this is going to be a reflection of the other side. So this comes in, this pinches in, this pinches in. Maybe not that far. And now this floofs out, and floofs out. Okay. And we'll synthesize those corners. And now we will do the strands on this side. Strands. R. Wiggle. X, Y. Great. That looks pretty good. Now the other side. Okay. That seems good. Now, Y. And out. Yeah, boy. Okay. Synthesize these corners. And just double check how it looks. Pretty cute. Okay, so we'll do the back of the hair next. Once I can stop playing with the physics. Okay. So save. Right. So the back of the head. We're not going to include the cowlick in that. We're going to do that with the short hair. So the bangs. Okay. So create a deformer, hair back, wiggle, XY. Add it up to the parameters. this will be different than the front of the hair because the head is a ball. So it moves opposite to the other hair that we've done. So everything we've done, you're going to see it when we move these, do the opposite. So these move that way, we're going in the other direction. Thing. Nah, let's not mess with the head too much. Whoops, what did I do? I didn't hit Control Z, I hit Control D. Okay, save. And we're just gonna reflect that. We're gonna adjust it slightly on this side so it doesn't look as empty. Yeah. Okay. Now hair Y. So this goes in and close. So we need the back to go up and out. Because the back of the head is moving in the opposite direction of the front of the head. The front of the head is moving up, and the back of the head is moving down. That's physics, baby. So now, same deal here. We pull this down, and this down and in, and this down and in. Maybe not that down and in. She does have quite short hair. Yeah. So we go ahead and synthesize those corners, and then we do the same for the strands. Strands back, wiggle, X, Y, create. And now for this, we're gonna have to hide the head and the front of the hair just so we can see what we're doing. Go ahead and add them to your parameters. And then whichever direction they're going in, you do the same thing, but more powerful. Yeah. Okay. Now, same deal. Looks pretty good. So now hair Y, again, do the same thing but bigger. Yeah. And same thing but bigger. Now we synthesize those corners. Bring back the head and the hair, or when we open the physics engine, we're going to be very confused. Okay, let's save, open up the physics, and take a look. Yeah, yeah. Pretty good. Not bad at all. Yeah. Very happy. Okay. So now we have to do the short hair, the bangs. So let's create some new parameters. Bangs X with minimum and maximum 1. Bangs Y, minimum -1, maximum -1. Okay. Now we're gonna do the left and the right bangs separate. So let's do the right bangs first with its strands. Bangs are wiggle XY. Great. And parameters. Boom. So this is going to go in the same direction as the front bangs. So these will go this way. Be careful you don't accidentally get any of the head peeking out. Because if you get any of the head peeking out, people are going to get a little peek of her head every time her hair swishes. Okay. Reflect motion. Oops. All the way over, please. Reflect motion. Okay. Yes. Not bad. So now Y. So when her head is going up, her hair will be going down and inward. So that's a little peek ahead I was talking about. We can fix that in a second. So we'll pull these down and pinch these in. And then we'll just pull this up to hide the fact that her little baldy head is peeking through. There we go. And now, when her head looks down, the bangs compress and span outward. Okie dokie. Now let's do the strands after we synthesize these corners. Strands top, wiggle, XY. Add them to our parameters. This part is very mechanical. It's not as like brain tickling work as like figuring out the angle XY for the head was, but it is like work. A lot of work, if not hard work. Okay. So, same but bigger. Yeah. Okay. Up and down. Oh, did I just do these? No, I didn't. I don't think I did. Uh-oh. The senility settling in. Okay. Yep. So now we're going to synthesize these corners. And get our settings right. So, I'm going to add a new group. Bangs X. Input settings, add angle X and Z. Pump up the effectiveness. We're going to import long. And I know we didn't like that for even the long hair, but we're going to blah blah blah. We're going to adjust it. So we had it at 10. We're going to turn it to 8 and see how that treats us. And then our output settings, bangs X. Okay. Now let's add group bangs Y. Input settings, add angle Y. Okay. Import long hair, turn the duration down to 8. And add bangs Y. Okay. So you can see it's a little shorter in duration than the longer hair. I think it just needs to be slightly shorter. So we're going to turn it down to 7 and see how that treats us. Too much. So 7.5. Yes. Perfect. Just different enough for it to be obvious that they're different lengths. Some people might not like their model to have your hair as bouncy or do as much, and in that case, you just don't deform the deformer as much as I do. I love the bouncy hair. I love it. It's honestly one of my favorite parts of the finished product. maybe of actually doing it, just because it's a noticeable difference for not a noticeable amount of work. Okay, so now we're gonna add these left bangs. Bangs, L, wiggle, X, Y. Great. And let's do the same thing. We don't have any strands for these bangs. Whether or not the strands look successful in the end, we'll see. They might not. Okay, and then we'll just reflect this motion. Get it on the keyform. Reflect motion horizontally, please. Yeah, that ought to be good. And then in and pinch them. Yeah, okay. And now out and compressed. Okay, we're going to synthesize these corners. Check how it looks. Pretty good. I'm actually going to hide these top strands and see how I like it. This happens. Sometimes you spend all the time making a thing, modeling a thing, adding physics to the thing, and then you decide, I don't like this thing. Yeah, that's the right decision. These strands don't need to be there. Yeah, absolutely. They don't need to be there for that. They're just getting your way. Too straggly for the face. Okay, we do need to do the cowlick. Ahoge, wiggle, XY. Ahoge just means something like idiot hair in Japanese. It's a cowlick. It's just easier to type ahoge because it's shorter. Let's see. Economy of language is important when you name everything in your folder structure and your deformers. Otherwise, it's like, oh my god, this is taking me forever. I was contemplating for a second whether or not I should use a rotation deformer instead of a warp deformer and just sort of have it bounce, you know? Have it bounce? But I think a warp deformer will look better. That's what that pause was, though. Me thinking, hmm. Okay. What am I doing? This way. Okay. Gotcha, Chief. Yeah. It's gonna look cute as heck, lads. I don't... What am I doing messing with these over here? There's nothing in there. It curls around behind the sides. I put it in the wrong order. Although, I kind of like it. I'm gonna leave it like that. Yeah. Okay. Um, Bangs. This comes in and down. Okay, I might have to change it because it's behind the sides but not the back. Okay, that's fine. I can still keep doing this for a hot second. Okay. That's fine because I can show you how to fix that. Okay, so I know what you're thinking. You've done all this work with it. How are you ever going to change where it is? Well, that's what this top pane is actually for. The order that the parts appear on top of one another. And this is the order that the deformers work on the parts. So don't move it here. It's where it needs to be here. Here, it's not where it needs to be. So we're just gonna go ahead and drag that all the way to the top, because there's no reason not to. Boop. So now, if we look, it appears up at the top. Crisis averted. Okay, let's see how the hair looks, because we're all done with the hair. We got the shirt and the shoelaces to do. I'm very happy. You can get a lot out of this program, even with just the free version. Is really, because you can do the like most deformers you can think of, apparently. I mean, we haven't gotten to the texture atlas yet, which is a little worse, but you know, we do what we can. But yeah, as long as you keep an eye on your deformers, you can do a lot with just a little. Wow. Okay, let's do her shirt. So, her shirt, like the back of her hair, it doesn't, the point of rotation is the torso. So, if it was above the torso, you might have it wiggle the same as the front of the hair, but it's not. So it has to do, like the back of the hair, the opposite. This is also the complicated way of doing it. So, I'm sure you noticed that when we were doing the X motions for the hair, they were sort of out and like flipped up at the end, you can separate those two motions for even better like smoothness and clarity. Same with the Y movements, like it down and pinched in versus up and spread out. Those are two different motions that you can assign to different parameters. And that's what we're going to do. And then I'll show you how to put the physics in. If you want a really good idea of how to do it, Kiro Mori does a pretty good job of explaining it, but I will do in a pinch. Okay, so, and then we have to do the shoelaces. Nobody let me forget about the shoelaces. Okay, I forgot what I was doing. Right? Okay. So what we have to do is we have to create 2 parameters for each motion, which means we're going to have 2 X's and 2 Y's. Okay, so for this shirt, we're going to call it X1. And X1 is going to be the motion of it shifting to one side, but not the end sort of flipping up, right? So we'll call it this. We'll do the same minimum -1, default 0, maximum 1. And now we have to create shirt X2 with 1 and 1, shirt Y1, and shirt Y2. Okay, so you can see how doing this for all of the hair might not be something that is possible. On this current model, I've only done it on the skirt and the pigtails, and it was still a lot. So it's definitely for longer things which require smoother movement, but the shorter stuff can be choppier because it's shorter, it bounces more, you know? But these long tails needed fluid movement, so that's what we're doing. Okay. So now we have to create our deformer, our first deformer for the shirt front. So we're going to call this top, front. Well, actually, pardon me, just include all the parts at the top, because they all got a wiggle. So this is just going to be top, wiggle, XX, because we'll also need a YY. That's why I mentioned earlier that X and Y, for the most part, you don't have to worry. They just always come after Z, and you don't have to worry about which one come after the other, but this is where it matters. So it's Z, X, Y. So we'll be creating our X first. Okay. File, save. And we will add them to both of the X's. You won't worry about the Y's. Okay. And now, like I said, we have to do the opposite of the front hair, which is the same as the hair back, which is a backwards way of saying for X, we're moving in the opposite direction of movement, right? So for the shirt, X. We're not going to do the same sort of sway movement here. This is X1. This is no sway movement. None. What we're doing is shifting it over on the same line on the bottom here. You'll notice that there's like a gray sort of bounding box around it. We just want to shift it on that same level of the bounding box. And then try to do the same with the middles. There's no bounding box in the middle, so just eyeball it as best you can. And if something becomes disconnected up here at a corner, like where the arm comes off, just fix it. It's gonna be one of those things where it's not gonna be noticeable. So, we've shifted it exactly to the side. No up and down movement, just a shift. Just a swift. And we'll just reflect that motion. Boom. X1 is done for the front of it. Now we'll do X2. And X2 will be the sway with no left and right movement. Don't do it. So, you just, well, a little. I lied. You do a little bit of movement, but not pronounced. Okay. Just sort of like it's whip. Like it's whipping up. Not like a full sway, like a whip. Okay. So we're going to reflect that motion, make sure we're on the keyform, and now select this again. Reflect that motion. Okay. Is the corner of this cut off? It sure is. We're gonna have to redo this mesh. So let's do standard. See how that treats us? That has that corner in it. Heavy. Okay, that brought that corner back. Let's make sure our other corners are okay. Okay, good. So, let's go ahead and select this. Link these. Synthesize our corners. You will have to adjust these because you can't have the shirt going through her legs, so they will have to be adjusted like here. So you just drag that back there, up, and same thing, take this back here. So as you can see, there's a bigger range of movement now that we've done this. So we'll go ahead and set up our, no, actually, I lied. We're gonna do the Y's now for the top front. So we have to create a new deformer because we already have that deformer set to 2. The maximum you can set it to is 3, and it'll look weird anyway. We need it to fit in 4 deformers, which is why we nestle them like this. And why, knowing that X comes before Y, oh, even in the alphabet. I guess they gave us that as a hint. Okay. We'll create top, wiggle, YY. This is why being specific is important. Okay. Let's select these parameters, add them to it. So the opposite, hold on. If she looks down, the shirt is gonna have to floof up. If she looks up, the shirt is gonna have to pull down. So this one will be doing the same, right? Yeah, I think so. If it's wrong, we'll just redo it. It'll be fine. So this one, for Y1, we're just going to shift it upwards. No pinching inward, no floofing outward, just up. Try to get it even. The higher up you go, the lighter and floofier the shirt looks. So that just depends on how fluffy you want her clothes to be. Okay, so that's up. And now I think I did it backwards. Because if she looks up, yeah, the body is technically dragged down. Okay. So I just did it backwards. It's okay. So this gets dragged down. I remember doing this incorrectly for this deer rig and had to do it over again. And I believe I almost just made that same mistake. So we'll see in the physics settings though. Pop this back up. Pop this back up. Okay. So when she looks up, and then when she looks down, because when she looks up, her body goes up, right? I don't know. Here's what I know. If I'm wrong, we'll just strike it and reverse it. Oh, can't go much higher. There's no actual legs up there. Okay. And a little bit here. And then back down. Okay, so that's purely just the up and down movement. No pinching and no expanding. Now is the pinching and expanding. So we'll do pinching to the right and expanding to the left. And this is just pinching and just expanding. So don't make it go up and down any. Just pull it in or push it out. So here we'll pull it in. And adjust where necessary. and then push out. Okay. Combine them. Synthesize corners. Okay. Does that need fixing? Nope. Does that need fixing? Nope. Nope. That needs fixing. Thought it might. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to do the physics settings. Which is sort of like the same but more, you know? And keep in mind we still have to do all the deformer stuff again with the sleeves. This type of physics is really good if you have the pro version, and definitely something to think hard about whether or not if you want it with the free version. Okay, add. Shirt X1. Yep, we have to add all of these separately too. So, okay, add. We're not going with angle X, Y, and Z. We're going with body X, Y, and Z. And since this is an X, body X and body Y are what we're, not Y, body X and body Z is what we're selecting. Crank up the effectiveness. Now you're going to import your preferred preset, and then you just have to go down here to pendulum settings and click add and get it to match this one up here. I don't know why they don't make it so you can't add two presets, but it's their program, man. I just use it. And again, actually, no, hold on. Group editing, shirt is just X. Sorry. Rename. We only have to do 2 of them, but you have to add multiple pendulums. Sorry. I've been streaming for 8 hours at this point. Okay. We add 2 pendulums because we have 2 outputs. So we have shirt X1 and shirt X2. Okay. And now we'll do the same thing. Shirt Y. Okay, input settings. We're just doing body Y because we want this to move when the body moves, not when the head moves. And now we just add our preferred preset, add another pendulum, get them to match. You can just type these numbers in, but despite the fact that this is more finicky, I'm lazy. I've been at it for a while. Okay, and we're adding Y1 and Y2. So, let's look at the physics, shall we? I don't think I like this preset. I think I might have got it backwards. Yeah. We'll have to fix it. is so dumb. I did it backwards. That's okay. We'll, we'll figure it out. Okay. So how does X look? Also bad. Did I mention that this method is harder? I think I also did this one backwards. Okay. That's fine. I'll just fix all of them. That's funny. Okay. Um, Reset to default. So bad. I'm gonna have to fix that flip. Okay. So, we're not gonna delete them all at once because I have to see how I've hecked it up. Okay. Wrong direction there. So, delete it, add it back in. Same direction as hair for the X values. Okay. This is fine. You know why? Because despite all my complaining, I actually quite enjoy this. I don't think I'm gonna go much higher on the shirt. It looks dumb. Okay, so we'll reflect this motion. It'll also make my job easier, not gonna lie. Okay. So this flip I've done incorrectly. Wrong side. Okay. Same as hair. I'm also going to do a more pronounced flip that, like, turns more, I guess. I might have to go higher with the other thing I was just talking about not going higher with. Let's see. Okay, so we'll reflect this motion. Yeah. And then what we'll do is we'll bring this over as well. I think that'll really separate it from the flip. And now we'll fix the shoulders. Oops. Get out of here, bounding box. Okay. We'll reflect this motion. See how it looks. Almost perfect, but not quite. Okay, now we'll synthesize these corners. We'll see. And now we'll select wiggle Y and do the opposite of what we did. So that needs to be going up. Okay. Up. Up for up. Had it right the first time. Okay. Uppity up. and then down. And then as it goes up, it will bellow outward. So we need to do the opposite of that. Whoops. Could have done the physics wrong, but I think the motions were wrong too. I think we will still have to fix the physics, but I think the motions were wrong too. Isn't it nice to know that I'm showing you the whole process, warts and all? Hey, that one came out pretty good. Okay. Did I synthesize these corners? I forgot to correct them if I did. Okay. So let me hit synthesize corners again. And now let me edit these so you can't see the edge of her leg. Okay. Save. And now we will... You can see why I do one part first before I do all of the other parts. And check. So let's see. I think that's better. I think the motion is correct now. I think... Yeah, the motion's correct now. Okay. So, what I have to do now is get the physics setting right, because I don't like the physics. So we're gonna pull it down to 7 and see how that does. So we have to do it for these pendulums, and we have to do it for these pendulums. Okay. It's just a lot. I might try the close heavy preset, which means that let's actually see something though. Click 1, hit import. Nope. Okay. Add this back in. Make a match. Then do the same for the other set. Import, add, get them matchy-matchy. Okay, let's see. I think it's a little better. I'm going to try doing the flip differently. I'm gonna actually do the dang thing where you do this. Obviously, I have to adjust. Like that. Yeah, okay, so let's reflect that motion. Okay, and then let's synthesize those corners. Yeah. That's pretty bad. Okay, tuck that in. Okay. So let's see how that looks. Better, honestly. I think the duration is too much. And I think it shakes too much too. But I think we're getting I'm gonna try a hair preset and see how that does. I'm actually going to turn the duration down to not 5, because I have something at 5, not 7, because I have something at 7, and not 10, because I have something at 10. And if you have matching ones, it's too matchy-matchy. Like, you can tell that something's weird. So we're going to put it at 12.5. Turn this down. Turn this up. Okay, and do the same thing here. Import. Turn this down to 12.5. Add another pendulum. Turn this up to 12.5. Okie dokie. Okay. It's definitely better. Duration's still way too long. Let's try 8.5. It's better. Still just a smidge too long, so I think 8 ought to do it. Let's see how it looks when actually utilized. Mm, mm. It's awful wiggly. Is hmm. I'm doing a big think. I'm doing a big think about how it looks and what I could do to make myself happy with it. And honestly, I think the up and down is correct now. And I'm not sure if the left and right is. The flip. Yeah, I'm gonna change the flip. This is why this version takes longer. The thing is, if you could get it to work, it looks great. You know? It's just that, getting it to work part. Okay. Um, so yeah, we're changing the direction of the foot. Okay, reflect that motion. Okay. Synthesize that corner and then fix those corners. There we go. Let's check it out. See if I like that better. I do. Okay, so the flip was wrong. Wow. Oh, that looks so much better. It's still way too wiggly. So let's try short. And we'll leave it unadulterated as is. Okay, and now this one. Ah! Okay, the amount it wiggles is good. The duration it wiggles is bad. Okay, so let's turn this up to 5. See how that treats us. Treats us better. Still doesn't treat us well. So we're gonna crank this baby up to 8. Hmm. Oh, you know what? Let's try clothing light and clothing heavy again. I tried them out when the directions were still messed up and nothing was in the right place. So let's see how it do. Oh, the reason you have to add 2 pendulums is because you have 2 outputs. So you have technically these you could set differently and have them be reacting differently. It's a lot of futs though, she says, futzing. Okay. Let me just double check that I haven't been like not streaming. Okay. Still going. Seems good. Okay. That's a lot better. Yeah, turns out. Okay. We just had the direction wrong, really. Okay, I like that. We'll be doing the sleeves now. Adding them to this hot mess. And we can't look at the front of the shirt while we do it because we have to be able to see the sleeves. So, let's see. That goes that way. That goes that way. Hopefully I will remember. So, let's find the sleeves and get... It was 50! It was 50 was the maximum amount of deformers! Oops. Okay. That's fine. The sleeves, honestly, it's fine. They don't need to move. The laces either. So let's just double, because this is the final product now. So that's something to keep in mind. Maximum number of deformers for the free version is 50. Okay. I don't think the sleeves need to move, or the laces either. I think she's pretty cute. So now, we'll do the texture atlas. Nope, we're not done. We gotta do the texture atlas. So next to the mesh buttons, from earlier, there is the texture atlas, and, you have to create one. In the free version, you can only do, I believe, 1024px. So not great. Usually I jack it up to 8192. But you know, it's free. Okay. So we'll just hit OK. And it'll generate a basic texture atlas. And then we will futz with it a bit. It's got a thing. After this, we'll basically be ready to export this and then load it into VTube Studio. So that will be great. Once it loads. Load, please. It's probably taking a long time because I'm streaming. If I had to guess, that would be why. There we go. Okay. So, I used for 81, 90, whatever, I would set it so there were 50 pixels in between. But we're gonna set it for 10. And hit OK, and it's gonna redo all of this. Our goal is to get it as big as possible on this sheet. I think. I don't actually know. But it's never harmed my models to do that, so that's what we're gonna try to do. Let's see. If I clear out these bottom bits and move them up here, I think we can expand it some. So we're gonna try to do that. You don't want any of the blue parts touching, because what happens if that happens? Oops. Okay, I already messed it up. There we go. Thank goodness for undo. Hold shift to lock rotation to 45 degrees. What happens if any of the blue parts overlap is that part of that part will show up on your other parts. Not gonna work. I think if we shift this over, and this over, and this over, it works just fine. Let me select. Thank you. Oops. Gonna undo that. This is the glamorous side of VTubing. Again, I don't actually know if this does anything. This is me shooting off the hip. I figure if I can get it bigger, probably better, right? Oh, these are the cheek highlights. Tuck that in there. Also, something that isn't available in free version is you can have multiple texture atlases. So I assume that the benefit would be like you split all of this onto here, or like these size items onto this. Again, oops. Don't hold shift to keep the ratio. It keeps the ratio like basically, and by holding shift you lose the ratio. So we're gonna tuck this in here, and these, oops, let's undo that. Sure, we can tuck these somewhere. Maybe even just closer. What is this? The nose! A vital part, if absolutely minuscule. Okay. Let's eke it ever so slightly larger, for reasons I do not comprehend. Okay, that seems fine. And we'll hit OK. Again, it might be fine just the way the computer does it. This is entirely optional, and maybe pointless. Okay, so our texture atlas has been generated. So now what we need to do is export this file. So we're going to do export for runtime under file, and then hit export as MO3C file. And then all of this should just be fine. So just hit OK. Then decide what folder to save it in. You might want to just make a new folder and call it whatever you call it. And then put an underscore VTS. And then put it in that folder you just made. I don't actually know if it needs to say underscore VTS. However, that is the way the files in VTuber Studio are labeled, so it can't hurt. So now it'll save, and then once it saves, it will pop it right up for you. So all you're gonna do is navigate to the folder, hit copy it, and then once you have installed VTuber Studio through your Steam account, navigate to your Steam folder. So it'll be most likely your C drive. I have a separate drive for art and games. It'll be Steam Games, Steam Apps, and Common. And then you just hit VTube Studio, VTube Studio Data, Streaming Assets, Live2D models. And you'll see a bunch of folders in here that have the same folder structure that we just named our file. We're just going to go ahead and paste it in there. So, once you open VTuber Studio, oh, let me save this right quick. Okay, so, once you open VTube Studio, this is VTube Studio. Hi! You double click to open the menu, and this button, the person button, allows you to load a model. You will have to shut it down apparently to import a model, so forgive me for a second. Bye. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and open VTube Studio again. Come on over. Play nice. Play nice. Okay. So once you open VTube Studio, you'll notice that she's not moving. That's fine. Go to the person icon and then find the thing with the same name as what you named your file. Go ahead and open it. So this is an empty model. It'll ask you if you want to run auto setup. It's not a bad idea. I would recommend it. Depending on what system you have to click different things. I use a webcam with a PC, so that's what we'll click. Hit OK. So you'll see she starts breathing. You'll see also why having a higher texture atlas might be important, because it's sort of blurry, but also in stream you can't super tell that much, right? So, she's not moving yet, and that's fine. What we're going to do is we're going to set her up to move now. So hit this settings button. Make sure you have your camera hooked up before you do any of this. A lot of this is like, you can only click that if you buy the actual version. But we'll go up to this top corner here and click the camera. We're going to click camera on. It'll give you a rundown of the software. Hit OK, and you'll see it's begun tracking my face. This is about the automatic mode and the manual mode. What we just did was manual mode. You can hit auto start cam with VTS. That's the automatic mode. I personally don't recommend it. It's not as good, and you can just take a second to turn it on. But as you can see back there, she's already moving, and moving pretty well. But there are a few settings we have to adjust, like the fact that personally I don't like this where the farther away you are, the farther away the model becomes. So there are a couple of settings here that you might want to adjust. If you want your camera to pick up all of those nice lip sync movements we just made, you will need to turn down the open mouth sensitivity and the mouth smile sensitivity. By turning it down, you're allowing the program to assign all of these different mouth movements that you've done in the program to all of the different mouth movements you're making. If you turn it up, what happens is it'll basically just always default to the biggest one, and it doesn't look good because we just spent all that time doing all that lip sync stuff. This looks horrible. So turn it down as low as you can get it with it making sense visually. things like brow sensitivity and eye open sensitivity, it's sort of the same thing. You just gotta futz with it until you like it. So that's something to keep in mind. Up here in the top left corner, the third icon is where we'll look at movement config. It's also where you can change the model's name and add a picture. So what we're going to do is, this is how much your model moves to the right and the left, depending on how big you want it. I usually have it set at 3, so much less right and left movement, but the right and left movement that's built into your model is more on display. The same with the Y movement. I usually set it pretty low. You can set it to negative, which means it'll do like the opposite. It looks weird. And then I usually have this down to 0, because this is the how far away you are from your camera, how close you are to your camera. So like, if you like that, more power to you. I don't like it. I shift a lot when I sit. I shift a lot when I sit. So I'm not a big fan of it. Ah, that butterfly. Ah, that butterfly. Very happy with the butterfly. So, like I said, this is where you can change it. So we're gonna give her a cute little name. We're gonna call her, I don't know. What's a cute name for a cute girl who likes butterfly clips? I'll think of it later. But, you know, you can decide how strong you want the physics. Wind strength is just, if you turn it up, it looks like the wind's constantly blowing with your physics. It's pretty cool, but I usually keep it off. And then these are the settings they were talking about importing. So you can change the input and the output of what these do, but for the most part, the basic settings are going to be the one you use unless you have some special thing. I can show you a special thing that I have set up for my bugbear rig, but we'll get to that in a second. So this is all good. So if we exit out, you'll see it tells you to double tap to click the screen menu, and you can move her around. If you don't want to move her around, open up, not this menu, pardon me, open up the settings menu, and you can click model lock. And that'll keep her where she is, but we're gonna keep her mobile for now. As you can see, she moves pretty well. None of the weird, like, jankiness we saw with her while she was being modeled, because there's a lot of smoothing going on. This program is very good at what it does. So there's also backgrounds you can have. The default background is pretty cute. A lot of people use it. See? Pretty much matches her. You can play around. I have a couple of custom ones. If you plan on using a, like, streaming, probably the one you'll want to use, the background you'll want to use, is the color picker background. So if you go down to color picker and click select, you can pick any color for this. I just pick a nice warm gray because it's easy on the eyes. I don't want to be staring at a blinding white void while I stream. But if you hit transparent in capture, that turns on an option where in like OBS you can set your game capture, quote unquote, of your rig to accept transparent and capture. So as you can see me hanging out in this little corner down here, this gray background doesn't show up. It's better than a green screen because like there are no edges. None. There are no like green glowing edges around it, and you can have like characters with green and colors that contain green. It's great. It's wonderful. So that's, oh, I can show you the, no, you know what? First we'll pick out a cute background. We can do, let's see what Cookie looks like. I hate it. I don't like it. There are a bunch of backgrounds. Some move, some don't. These ones are imported. It accepts MP4s as backgrounds. So this is an MP4. I think it's pretty cute. So next to the person icon is a screenshot icon. You can set the timer for 3 seconds or more, and then take a screenshot. I actually didn't like that, so we're gonna do it again. Okay. Okay. And it tells you where it's been saved. So what we're going to do is now set this up as this avatar's screenshot, because if you look in this picture, she don't got an icon. She's lonely. So we're gonna go ahead and open up our settings, scroll all the way to the top. What we have to do now is open up where it said your photo was. So mine was in photos, or pictures, screenshots. And here it is. So we're just gonna trim it so it's square. Getting closer on her face. And hit save a copy. We're gonna open in File Explorer, even though I just closed this. We're going to copy, and then the same place we put your rig in your Steam folder is where we're gonna put this. So VTube Studio, Studio Data, Streaming Assets, Live2D Models, and then we're just going to tuck it into the rigs folder. So here we go. Paste it right in there. And now you can select it from the same folder as your Live2D model. Select. Boom! You just made a screenshot for her. Her name will be let's call her Gina. That's cute. That's a cute name. What do you think? So this is Gina. We modeled today. I mean, I think it came out pretty dang good. You know? Like, obviously, having a glossier, like, image would be nice, because, you know, having it not be sort of crunchy would be good. But considering this is a free program, are you kidding me? Like, it doesn't get better than that. Yeah, it took me 8 hours to do it. Oh, sorry, 9 hours to do it. And that's not counting the time it took to draw it, but it's pretty heckin' sweet, if I do say so myself. And I do. So, yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me. Oh, I forgot I was going to show you the bugbear thing. Okay. So, you can set certain parameters to happen when certain things happen in this program. So, an example I will show you. If we go into her settings and scroll all the way down to the bottom, not all the way down to the bottom, turns out. Okay, so for blush when smiling, instead of putting blush, I made it so her arms lift up. So when she smiles, her arms pop up. I think it's pretty good. You can heck with all kinds of shenanigans like that. And as you can see, this is not like your typical anime girl rig. So you can do basically any art style. I even have made one out of a composite of photos. Like, I took a bunch of photos from a bunch of different people and made a person that didn't exist and turned them into a rig. Because I thought it was funny. So, really, I showed you how to make an anime girl, kind of, but that's not the limit. There is no limit. Your only limit is your imagination and your patience. Okay, so there are two limits. But yeah, I think we did pretty dang good. So, thank you everybody for watching. If you watch this, like, that's crazy to me. I hope you learned something useful because I do really enjoy streaming. Just I feel like I'm a person who doesn't have a lot to say. I'm not like a funny person, and I'm not like a smart person, but if I could help one beginner figure out, oh, that's what that means, that's how you do that, then I think it was probably worth it. So again, thanks everybody so much for watching. This was a lot of prep. This was a lot of time. I might take a break. I might stream games next time. Really just depends. But I will see you guys next time. Bye. Bye.